We are back for another video, and thank you so much um, for all the comments I received and the wonderful feedback for prior videos. Um, so I am back fairly soon because I have to redo the video that I spoke about, which was supposed to be a follow-up to talking Indian-ish. I was supposed to follow up on that video because it cut off at the end. And what I was trying to say in the last video is that when it cuts off like that, it cuts into two separate videos. So when you're recording with your phone, apparently, at least my phone, it'll cut the recording into two because the phone, I guess there's an issue with data. Okay. So let's try to do this video and hopefully not waste too much time. Well, guys, after this last video, a West Indian day after, I find that I'm really not happy with uh, the goals and objectives of the African Union. I have just a lot of thoughts about it. I feel disrespected. That's what I feel. We did not really get into it in the last video, but I think what I'm sensing is that the world may have a collective jaw drop when they realize how vehemently American so-called blacks are reacting to the moves of Africa. Oh, you thought we was all one big happy family. The world thought this, apparently. I think a lot of us did as well. But when you have, it's like a family member, right? That they find out there's a will or something. And you find out afterwards. And when you go to the reading of the will, you see your African counterpart they already knew about it, right? They got there before you did, right? And then you realize, have I been wrong about how I felt previously about, and again, I always try to stress it's the leaders. The people are just as out of the know, I think, as American Indians are with the corporation that we're dealing with. And that's why we didn't know much about this African Union trying to reach for some kind of reparations. Reparations for what? What exactly happened to you, African Union? Now we could be more specific now. Let's call it the African Union. Let's call it what it is. It's not every single African, right? We try to be politically correct, even though, we get a little, you know how we do. So it's like the overall temperature is very hot. when it comes to, we were not even asked as American Indians. It seems like it's one thing to have your corporation making all your decisions based on a janky ass commerce clause, I might add. But when you see this thing rise up from Africa and do the exact same thing that the colonizers doing, then you start to see. When were we consulted, African Union? When did you come and meet? Or you think when you meet some Caucasians in Congress that you're meeting with American Indians? You know damn better than that. And if you don't, baby, you're not ready to do any kind of international anything. Sit your ass down. Like I said, you gotta fix up your country. You got 54 countries to deal with that. That's the only thing you should be unifying with. And I don't even know where this is coming from. I don't know what's the reason for it. It just looks like a grab, the same very thing that the corporation does. It just grabs us all. You know, it never, I was writing, and I think we'll read it. I hope my commenter doesn't mind that I wrote a response to one of the comments in my last video comment section, and I found that it ignited me to do this video. And it has to do with how this corporation dumped some doppelgangers on our landmass. We American Indians got fooled by that because they look like us. The first pilgrims, I believe they were us. They look like us. I'm sorry, that was definitely a mystique. They were not us. They were from the United Kingdom, but they looked like us. And we, judging by appearances, I guess, in some ways, we took to them, you know? But then we found out that it was all about a takeover of our land. And if you look or read about, I should say, the doctrine of discovery, because, you know, they write it in ways where you may not comprehend what they're saying. But when you look at what what is said about the doctrine of discovery is that it was a call to seize the lands of men and women who were not Christian. So the doctrine of discovery, let us just be very clear. The goal of the doctrine of discovery had more to do with seizing land than it was converting people. And I really want Christians, American Indian Christians, to be very clear on that. You are chasing a foreign deity, but the deity was only there so that a church could claim your land. They didn't care that you converted, as we see, as we always try to point out. Once you're converted, you're still without land or any power on your land. And you have to see that. You have to see that. So what I'm trying to say is it shows and proves that the deity was just an aside. It wasn't that they were really going by what that deity is said to be about, love and, you know, brotherhood. How can we believe that they actually thought that deity was real if they are treating us as anything but brothers when they first appear? So you fall in love with a character, but you don't realize that the people who brought you that character They had no fear of that character like you do. Like you feel, oh my God, you can't speak against the Christ. Oh my goodness, I'm getting in trouble forever and ever, ever. They did everything that they say their Christ was not about to us. So then your Christ can't be real because you would be gone. If there, I'm sorry, y'all. I know y'all don't like when I talk about your Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you got to say, well, if your Christ was worth the conversion that you sought, wouldn't you have acted differently toward American Indians out of fear that this savior would just say, no, you are backsliding all the way. I told you to love one another. What you doing stealing land? What's going on with that? See, but that Christ will never say that to them. Not to them because they created it. Yeah, the creation rights thing it's a huge one. It is really the foundation of a takeover. When you create something, you have the power over it. This is like a spiritual as well as a legal and a political thing. It's very, very real. It's very real. That's why American Indians something had to happen to American Indians in order for them to legally take over your country. And what had to happen was you had to be made that you were not here at all, or you were here. See, it's kind of a dual thing. You were here when they got here, but because you're a sinner, you don't count. You see, they had to do something with your first position. You as an American Indian, you created America. You developed America. You had your own creations in America because it was your land. Somebody else comes and they have to tear down everything that shows you as the creator of America. Why? Because they have to recreate America so that they can have the authority over America and Americans. They know the truth about creation rights. And recreating is the same as creating in their world. So if they recreate American Indians into blacks and then finally Africans, they just stole your entire legacy, everything, your whole birthright. First, the way they got in, they said you were no good because God don't love you because you don't know Christ. So we're going to bop you over the head with our cries so that you'll know him. But you're still going to be treated like you're from a foreign country. So then what was the point of me converting? You're not giving me any respect. What you're giving me, as we always say, is a nice, comfy, imaginary home in quote unquote heaven. Well, you first. You go there first. So it's a double whammy. You were here first, but they're going to invalidate that with their religion. After they invalidate you, now they're going to say that you came from Africa. And so you're not first. In other words, you American Indians are just as immigrants as we are. No, we're not. You're just genociding my whole existence. Why is it that important for you? And this is something I think I still grapple with, y'all. I've never in life, I don't think there is enough lifetimes to see it. But I don't think I've experienced something so large scale as the takedown of America. I don't think in my lifetime I'll ever see, but I think this is the biggest that ever happened. The Americas are large, y'all. That's a lot of lying to steal. It's a lot of lying and misleading and misinformation and a lot of genocide that has to go into it. And they're willing to do it. So how could they bring you a Christ when you look at their actions? Either their Christ is not real, or It's not a Christ at all. And both of those are just not going to cut it. Do American Indians realize that the same religion that you are clinging to is the religion that called you heathen and sinful? And then when you do convert, you have to, I'm just going to keep saying it, y'all. I'm going to keep saying it. Even after you convert, you are still genocided off the land. So somebody wanted your land, not your conversion. They weren't winning souls for any Christ. They were damning souls to become foreign and put on Africa. And I'm going to say it again. The Moors don't want to have anything to do with Africa outside of North Africa. They tried to make that a separate thing from Africa, if you really look at how this is going down. Something landed in North Africa with a determination to genocide American Indians. I'll say it again. Something landed on the continent of Africa, the north part. They basically took an expedition to South Africa to seek whatever Africa was worth. What natural resources are there in South Africa? This was the queen known as Hatshepsut. Okay? The thing that landed in North Africa and created Egypt then had an expedition to South Africa toward what they're calling now Somalia. Back then they called it Punt. That's what scripture, that's what their scripture is calling it, Punt. Then you find out Punt is older than, basically they're trying to say it's older than the Egypt that was in Africa. So then we have a dilemma. Egypt is said to be the oldest civilization on Earth, right? But then Hatshepsut, an Egyptian queen, takes a very famous expedition to South Africa toward Somalia. And now they're trying to say that they originated in Somalia. That's the other thing. I totally forgot about that part. The Egypt in Africa is lying and saying that they had an origin in about what they are calling Somalia. Okay? Because that's Punt. They made Punt the oldest thing in Africa according to scripture. See, they made that scripture. The Moors told us they make scripture. They make something that they call scripture. And then they make whatever they wrote happen. That's prophecy for you. It's a plan. The priesthood have plans for the world. And their plan is that they run the world with a religion that they create so that you are all on the same page. And when they call out sinner, you go running like some kind of mercenary army to put out the sin. Not realizing that religion was never yours to begin with. It just needed, I guess, you to be on call when they start looking to, what do? Convert the heathens. They send you, and you think you're doing God's works. You don't see that it's a land grab. You don't see that behind all the hoopla, it was all about taking your land, not about any God, unless the God is a demon. Okay. So we done did our little rant, but then we, there we go again, talking all around stuff again, Heru. So yeah, you know, to try to finish the thought, Hatshepsut took it's a famous expedition. If you look it up, Hatshepsut, I don't even not sure how to spell it, but she was at one point like the king slash queen of the Egypt in Africa. But this African Egypt is younger than the original Tameri, which was in uh, South America. So again, it's pointing to an expelling. It's pointing to the priesthood and its followers being expelled from America. Trust me, American Indians, I don't like that either. I know American Indians hate when I bring that up. I know you do. And now that I'm a little bit clearer on the effects of both Egypts, the one in South America and the one in Africa, what I became clear about, I'm now like most American Indians. I'm not really interested in being ancient Tameri. I'm because the way I see it now, and if you could hear me out, because I know this is a tricky one, as I told you, and you already know, I used to bat for the Tameri in South America, right? But I want Indians who can try to follow what I'm saying right now. Once I realized that the whole thing was a death cult, the one in Tameri as well as the one in Africa, it's a death cult. I don't know if it really began as a death cult, but I know it ended up a death. Well, yeah, it ended up a death cult. In a death cult, I know I said this before, and I'm sorry to be so repetitive, but I see it so pertinent to everything that we're going through that I can't help but to say it over and over and over again. You're going to get tired of it, but you'll know the rant. And that's why I have to keep ranting. I guess I'd be happy when you say that Negro Heru, all he talks about is the ancient Tameri in South America. But what did he say about it? What did he come to say about it? After he beat you over the head with it, what was his final analysis? You see, that's the stuff of that men like Malcolm X have gone through. It's some kind of rite of passage. When you have a man or a woman that bats so hard for a religion, and then they wake up and they tell you all the dirty little secrets about the religion. Somebody had what's happening is a man or woman who a man or woman who is truly open to truth. What happens is that same truth seeking becomes the undoing of the thing that's not true. Malcolm X found that out. He thought he was going to upgrade a religion that had already made up its mind about what its goals and objectives are. Malcolm may have thought, maybe if I show them a mirror, they will see that changes have to be made. Malcolm showed that mirror. And the change was not exactly what that's not the kind of change he was looking for. I'm just saying that yes, I may have come off as if I'm trying to make American Indians Egyptians. And I will say, at first, I did think and that would be helpful because it puts you in the first place. I know that you have to be a creator of a thing for you to have the authority. I learned that. A lot of American Indians are learning that. They know it. And yet it's still something that I think we have not fully embraced. The importance of being the firstborn when it comes to colonizers in your midst. You have to show them that you were first because they're going to keep coming at you like you need to be second and that they're first. They discovered you. And their discovery is not really what the word discovery means, but they redefine what discovery means. So what I needed from Tameri was first position. The religion itself, I don't really need. So what are you saying, Heru? Meanwhile, you still are calling yourself Heru. Yes, I am. Uh, the word Heru, yes, it is the name of an ancient Tamarian South American deity. Is a key factor in the Trinity-based spiritual system. He is the key factor in a Trinity that got turned into a Roman Catholic Trinity. But the original Trinity was South American. Yes, I guess I'm going deeper than I wanted to. But what I'm trying to say is it is a way to combat the energy with its own energy. It's almost like a form of Tai Chi, I guess, because Tai Chi is about getting and using someone else's energy basically against them. I think that's what Tai Chi was about. If I'm wrong, somebody lied to me, or I'm really misremembering. But it's the art of deflecting the energy of your opponent, but you're using their energy, sort of. You're sensing their energy. That is what my calling myself Heru is about. I'm using something the priest created, but I'm reminding them that that energy originally is attached to a victor in a battle. Heru energy is victorious. Heru, like we said, unlike the Roman Catholic child Christ or Christ child, Heru does not get murdered. He does not get sacrificed. So already I'm letting the priesthood know I'm not using sacrifice energy. I'm not calling on sacrifice energy. So I'm not looking to be Malcolm X because the energy, I'm using your energy to deflect you. That energy, you called it Heru originally. Heru, it was even after his battle with the Satan, which was his uncle's name is Set. He won. Well, some stories say it was a tie, but then they said the decision went out to all the deities. Yes, we were polytheistic. Get over it. Every indigenous people start out polytheistic, and with luck, they'll remain polytheistic. Because the minute you have one of the Cretans talking about, oh, there's only one God that we should be worshiping. That same entity is trying to dominate you, not just you, but the entire world. That's the trajectory of monotheism. So in the Heru myth, I talk about this all the time, and I'm a broken record. You know what I might try to do for you guys who say probably say, Heru, I got it. Okay. You don't have to say it every time you make a video. I might try to put a timestamp where we'll start the conversation of the topic, but a lot of, sometimes I find that I get repetitive. I have to, but I can help out by maybe putting a timestamp so that you can say, okay, I'm gonna get past this ancient Tameri/Egypt rant for today. I know what you're talking about, and if you get it, thank you, thank you. So, why is an American Indian calling himself Heru, the copper-colored god? Because Heru is as old a savior sort of figure as you're going to get. He's the first in a civilized world, and American Indians were civilized. When we go back to ancient South America, that was a civilization that predates anything in Africa or anywhere else. So why was an American Indian talking about something that is called Egypt, where that has nothing to do with American Indians? It has everything to do with American Indians because it took place on an American landmass. Yes, it was South America, but it's a shared culture that South America and North America have. It really is. Now you have the African Union and the European Union. We already had that, yo. That's what I'm trying to get American Indians to understand. You've been trained to think of South America and the Caribbean as some kind of foreign place. I think you need to reconsider. That's a lie told by Moors. Yet the Moors trying to make the leap from Africa to be American over a Caribbean person. We're more American. That's what it doesn't make sense, y'all. We have elements of Africa claiming America, but they're training Americans to reject other people of the Americas. Yet you want to embrace your Moorish family. You don't see that your Moorish family is trying to genocide all of your people and only have you. But what are you? I guess you're a birth canal to make the foreigner American. That's all. Yet he's out to end America as history has known America. True history, not the lies that the Moors tell. True history is that there was a place that got misnomered and called Egypt that originated in the Americas. Okay? In that civilization, the priesthood narrowed it down to a trinity. Now, they had many deities. The priesthood, once they started making up their mind that they're going to take over the world, they narrowed it down to a trinity. And that trinity was, as I always tell you guys, Heru was the Christ of that trinity. His father was, as I always say, and I'm sorry, I'm a broken record, Osar. The mother was Osset. It was Osar, Osset, and Heru. That was the original trinity that the priesthood came up with. But then when they started flipping the script, they wanted to change. You find that what the priesthood are doing is they're manipulating the deities that they created because they're fine-tuning their little project, their little religion project, so that they can get more people dominated. So they can't have a copper-colored deity when they ushered in light-skinned races. So now they got to do away. You see, they're like the priesthood are they're not they're wise, but they're more like wise asses because now they have to flip the script on stuff that they previously did. That's why you got to go to the origin, and you'll find out what the priesthood was all about. So at first, it was only copper-colored people on Earth. That's why all the original deities of ancient Tameri, they had a copper-colored skin. That's why I called myself Heru, the copper-colored god, because I'm trying to show you that he's copper, just like American Indians are called copper-colored. If you look at the depiction of the deity, that is, if you look at my little, what do you call it? The little icon, the little thumbnail. Look at the color of the deity's skin. He's a copper colored deity. They all were, including what we call Ra. Ra turned into Amen Ra, and then they cut off the original Ra, and he became Amen. Amen is a deity, but they've genocided him to a closing salutation. So Ra started out Ra. He had a copper colored body, but they anamorphosized. Is that what they call it? I guess they want to show that he was like a what do you call it? A falcon in his sight, like in his insight and his ability to see. They I think the word is amorph. Oh gosh, why am I trying to use the word? I don't. Uh, when you use like animal imagery associated with a human, and so you have a deity with the head of some kind of animal because you want to show the traits that the man or woman had. He was like he had the eye of a falcon, and it was a falcon because of the design. Now, there's an argument that, oh no, it was an eagle. No, the eagle is the doppelganger. The eagle is the replacement. It was originally a falcon because of the eye design. That thing that when you see the eye of what they call the eye of Horus, or it should be the eye of Heru, it has a specific design underneath it. They've tried to show you that that's a specific bird. It's not an eagle. Eagles don't have any design around their eye. So but see, they got to replace original things so that they can have authority over the new thing. So they constantly replacing things with similar things, but we have to go to the origin. The reason why Heru and Ra, both of them had the eye of a falcon. It's a certain kind of falcon. It's not an eagle, guys. It's not a hawk. It's a falcon. But they want to bury, they're trying to hide the path to the truth. So let's get another bird. Why we got to use a falcon for? When they get another bird, you just genocided the whole, and the whole the characteristic of the deity, the original characteristic. Not only that, when you replace animals, it's saying something about the land. If there are certain animals that are only indigenous to certain parts of a landmass, and you get rid of that animal and replace it, say, with a turtle, which is a turtle is from Asia, Mongolia, and Germany, they say. When I looked it up, that animal did not originate in the Americas. So what am I saying? We would have never referred to ourselves as Turtle Island. Not at all. I promise you. Please check out my video about the turtle. I think the video is Turtle Island America or the world? That's one of them. And then I think the other video is where did the turtle originate? I forgot. I'm sorry. There's two turtle videos. Okay, so I am doing a lot of talking. I just want to sort of show how I evolved to Heru, the copper-colored god. Why am I? What it is if there's confusion about that naming, because you're saying, well, that's not Indian. Well, it is American, and it goes back to the time when America was known as the first civilization. But the Moors are changing that. I'm trying to tell you, this is why I rant and rave about Moors. They're not telling the truth. And we went over why Moors have to lie. Why is there a push to make us African? They're rewriting history. They want America out of it. They want to say, no, you did not exist. It was Africa first. Moor, you're a liar. That's why you want to be me so bad, but you're denying my existence at the same time, which doesn't make a lick of sense. You want the position, but you don't want to uncover the history. But you're praising the position. It shows that there's something in America that you need that you won't find anywhere else on earth. It is so bad that you've made sure that we're called African. We're the only people on earth called African American. The only people that live in a country, but you're constantly Africanizing us. All other people, how come there's no African Chinese? How come there's no African Europeans? How come there's no African anything outside of Africa? And us that you insist on making African American. We have our own identity. We don't need yours. You can have it. The Moors don't want to be African. I'm starting to realize they only want Africa, the north part of Africa. That's the only part that the Moor is truly claiming as his distinct place because he knows the truth about Africa. So he only wants the part where Egypt is located. He's still trying to hold on to our identity by creating a new Egypt in Africa. But then he's still trying to, downplay that Egypt. So now Morocco shows up, a whole brand new thing. Yeah, that's an interesting story too. At some point we gotta figure out Morocco is young compared to Egypt in Africa, but you're saying Egypt is the oldest thing. So then see, this is the kind of thing you deal with when you go to Africa. It becomes very, very confusing. So you have an Egypt there, but that Egypt is saying that no, we came from a culture in South Africa. So now you just change the timeline by doing that. Egypt is the oldest thing in Africa. We did a video on that too. It's ancient as oldest civilization. I'm sorry. America is an oldest civilization in Africa. We found out that Egypt really is what they're claiming as their oldest, but then they go back into La La Land to say, well, no, we originated in South Africa. Well, there's nothing in South Africa that predates Egypt in Africa. You're saying there was, after Hatshepsut, that queen we talked about earlier, that dynasty is trying to say that they originated at the beginning of the Nile or something like that in Somalia. That's the area that they call Punt in their scripture because they put those same priests of Aten that became Amen, or Amen that became Aten because Amen was first. Akhenaten's first name was Amenhotep. So Amen was the first deity, and then they turned Amen into Aten. You see, they're just doing a lot of things with the deities. This is particularly this dynasty, this 18th dynasty. They're really going overboard with it. I mean, that was the goal of the whole dynasty system. Okay, to work it down until they could erase America's true history. Okay, so you have Egypt say, when they're telling the world Egypt is the old civilization, but then in La La Land they say, well, no, we originated in the South. But what was in the South? Nothing, right? Not compared to Egypt, it was nothing, but you're going to make it something. Why are you doing all this presto changeo shit? So the world knows only the Egypt and Africa as being the first civilization. But when you go into the writings of the Egypt and Africa, they're going to say they originated in the South. Then the Moors are going to come along and talk of something about Morocco being like sort of like the premier country. So they kind of got they can't decide what their origin is, really because they're lying altogether about their origin. They were expellees, okay? Let's just cut to the chase. But they're trying to hide where they were expelled from. But yet that's the country they want most out of all the world. And in their writings, we saw they hope to genocide 97% of specifically American Negroes. We got to put the pieces together. I know it sounds like this huge conspiracy theory. I know it does. Trust me, I know it does. But I've looked at this so much that I can tell you this is the case. This is exactly the case. You have a history in America that's being hidden. It's in South America, but that's what Columbus was targeting when he first got here. Do the math. Do the math. A Moorish country called Spain is sending someone that they are claiming is Spanish. Then there's a whole other smoke and mirrors about his identity. The main thing we got to focus on is you're saying he's from Spain. We know that Spain was run by Moors. The Moors are seeking something in America. So here comes Columbus. What is in South America that the Moors are trying to gain hold of? Why did they target South America and not North America at that time? You've got to put the pieces together. I know you don't want to look at the American Indians. I know you're saying it's all about North America. Leave us alone. It's all about us. It's all about what they did to us. What they did to us. What they did to us. I'm telling you, they did the exact same thing in South America and the Caribbean. Why can't you hear that? You want to unite with an African Union over people that are right in the Americas with you? Do you know that South America is part of the Americas? Do you know that the Caribbean is part of the Americas? And by the way, the first part of the Americas that these bastards were seeking to take over? Do the math, American Indians. Don't listen to your Moorish family. They're lying. They're lying about us as Americans, whether we're in the Caribbean or whether we're in North America. They look at us as one and the same. They truly do. We're the only ones that get it twisted. They are busy trying to take the identity of both of us. It's why are they coming for us like this? We don't think we're that special. And truly, in the grand scheme of things, we're just human. Well, some people, they done broke down the word human. So we're just men and women, right? We're just men and women who have not known anything of how to run our own affairs because we have a corporation that its main purpose, if you really look at that Constitution, the 19 enumerated functions occur in the Commerce Clause. which I recently, it just struck me recently how interesting that is, that all the enumerated functions deal with commerce to the point where they erase the meaning of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 that we always talk about. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 is screaming that American Indians were not supposed to be citizens of the United States. Therefore, we're supposed to have our own system. The Moors don't share. They use trickery and they make you think that they're going to honor a constitution that only got here because of the doctrine of discovery. That constitution and all the laws, codes, rules, and regulations that came from it, including the courts, the Supreme Court, any court, all of it came from the doctrine of discovery. Indians had nothing to do with it because they did not need your approval. Even when they got your approval, they didn't need it. It was just so that they could say you are in on the game as well. That's you civilized Indians that went underground. You know, the black ones of the South that are no longer, because they got Asians masquerading as the Indians of the South now. Who told you to do that? Your Moors told you to make that move, right? Why do you think the Moors needed you to go underground? Black Washita Indians who used to be Algonquin. Why do you think the Moors needed to have a Mongolian Southern Indians? Asians don't populate the South like we do. How did the Southern Indian civilized tribes become so damn Asiatic, yo? How? The Moors did that to you, American Indians. It wasn't Caribbeans. It's your Moorish family. And like I said before, it's not that you have to get a divorce, but you got to stand up and say, it's time for you to sit down, Moorish pop-pop. Moorish pop-pop, sit your old ass down and shut the hell up, please. You're talking foolish, okay? I know nobody wants to be disrespectful to their pop-pop, but all he's doing is genociding all your side of the family. Is that disrespectful? That's beyond disrespectful. So yeah, your Moorish pop-pop got to sit down. Tell him sit down, have a bowl of something, cup of something. Your time is up. It's been up for a long time. You're dragging this out. You got the poor African Union thinking that they can actually grab. Think you can grab American Indians into your circus. If you can't fix your problems, you shouldn't be on Earth. I said that a while ago too. And I forgot which video, but I remember saying, if you're struggling this long on Earth, you can't seem to get your economy right. You got all kinds of health, or lack. You're showing us lack. I'm surprised you haven't become extinct. Like, really, I ain't even trying to be funny. This is not even a jab. It's amazing that Africa is not an extinct country. They trying to say that American Indians went extinct. Yeah, that's because you started calling us African American. But what is going on in Africa? How are you still here when you can't even manage your own affairs? They say American Indians can't. We can't manage our affairs. Oh no, we can't because we got a colonizer entity plopped right there in the District of Columbia, making sure that we don't handle our affairs. Africans in Africa, by all appearances, you are able to handle your affairs. And you can't get it right, and you think we can help. You got your eye on the prize, huh? You see that we here with no power. You make fun of us sometimes about it. Some of your people that don't know shit. about the reality. They want to make fun of a American Indian situation. What's your excuse, Africa? You don't got white people running your country. What's your excuse for failure? I'm sorry, I had to go there. I'm sorry. It's just, like I told you, I'm so not happy right now. I'm so not happy with this African Union. Where were we? A lot of lies about origins are going on, and but yet through it all, there's this grab for America. This America is like it's almost like the what they're calling the old world. It's like they were just slumming until they found America. And then everybody start trying to grab. It's like, but y'all had kingdoms and stuff. What were your kingdoms like if you can't stop fantasizing of owning Americans and their land? Then you're telling us that you didn't have shit. That's what you're telling us. Your grab is it's too notorious. This grab for the Americans. They grabbed the islands of America and call them the British Virgin Islands. Britain is all the way over there. How the hell did we become British Virgin Island? How the hell that happened? We're not British. Now the priesthood may, have become British, but Caribbeans are not British. We existed before Britain. Uh, really, America has been around the block for centuries so much. You can't really call us virgin at all. You might be a virgin island. We've been around the block, baby. And you're lying about our history, yet you want to. So, what is it that you need in America so bad? You need to erase that history so that you can continue to promote the lie that, oh, we all originated in Africa and the Americans came last, not first, because it was all popping in Africa. Well, what happened? It's still popping in America. Or they're gonna say, well, we so old that we just got old and tired and poor and the white man took over us. You civilized the white man. Don't come to me and tell me the white man took over. Please don't tell me that. Because I know that's a lie. You are said to have reared up the races, particularly the Europeans. So if they took you over, it, they didn't take you over. You got to pretend that you're a little victim as you direct Europeans to go for the gusto in America. And then you creep your little Negro ass in with the crowd, right? That's what's going on. These Moors, they've got such a freaking boner for America, y'all. They just can't get us out of their minds, yo. They can't sleep at night without thinking of America and dreaming of America. But again, American Indians, when you have another person that looks like you, like fiending for your identity, but don't want to acknowledge your existence as being first, they don't want to acknowledge that. But you come for me like I'm a crack pipe and you're a crack baby. But you don't want to tell the truth unless so the Moors will tell the truth once we say that we're Moors. That's how that works. Then they're gonna say, well, long time ago, we dog what I am you. What happened more? Why did it, if that was the case, let's go with it. Let's tell the truth if that's the case. What caused the rift between American Indians and Moors? I'm going to say it again. Moors are notoriously monotheistic. American Indians were never even known to be Abrahamic whatsoever. And I mean whatsoever. Those guys that want to say that we're the lost tribe, no, you just lost your mind. Ain't no lost tribe over here. Ain't no lost tribe over here. No, 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 no. No. We didn't know anything about Christ. And that's not a diss to Christianity. It's just the truth. We didn't do Christianity. Why can't we put the pieces together? I don't understand why we're dealing with a puzzle, right? And when you go to put that puzzle together, it's like you add a piece and somebody is snatching the rest of the pieces that you put together. Can we be on the freaking same puzzle and putting it together and not grabbing things that need to stay on deck so we can see this picture for what it is? American Indians were never seen as Christian. If we have Christians now, it's a result of colonization. No, don't go back and say, well, you know, right back then we was the Jews. No, you weren't. You were not the heathens. Does that hurt when somebody says that? Is it painful? Well, they say the truth hurts. Yeah. Can we move on? We're not Christian when your colonizer found. And the Christianity that he brought, he forced on. And I'm the one that seemed like I'm talking crazy. I might get passionate, far from crazy. So we have the Moors who want all of the Americas, but do not want all of Africa. They only want to be associated with North Africa. And then they want us to try to figure out where these Negropean kings came from. King James and all of them. Where was their origin? In Africa. After their expelling. But they can't tell you about the expelling. What's the big elephant in the room? Why do Moors seem to say that we're connected, but they don't want to tell us what the connection really is? It wasn't religion. That's where the breach came. The big schism between American Indians and Moors. I'm not talking about our color. I'm not talking about our phenotype. The big schism between American Indians and Moors is a huge disagreement regarding religion and spirituality. Some people say, oh, it's just a religion. No, it was both. In the case of American Indians, it was both. We did not have a sin-based spirituality. There's a huge difference. The Moors are bringing in the element of sin because of what they have done. In our world, what they have done was against nature. When you go experimenting and you tell us that you mixed animals in your experiment with men and women, that you are breaking even the laws that you claim to uphold. That's why the Moors got to get rid of the people who can call them out. Even in their book of Yaqub, they say it's going to be the only way that you're going to stop their dude that they genetically altered. They're sending a quote unquote white man to do their work for American Indians. They want you to turn on Caucasians, but you have to be smarter, American Indians. You really do. They set up the Caucasians as a trap for you. I'm telling you. So when you go to take out your vengeance on a Caucasian, they have this system of commerce set up so that an American Indian will spend his entire life in prison where he will be converted most likely to just what the Moors need you to be. Or it's like that. So I'm telling America, you wonder why. Why does Heru, it seems like he always trying to give white people a pass? Because I know the difference between life and suicide. It's suicide for you to try to take out your vengeance on Caucasians. They're not the problem. On top of everything else, that's what I'm telling you. What I'm trying, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. You, even if you were to get somehow rid of Caucasians, you still have a problem because you got to deal with the evil scientists. They call them Yaku. You got to deal with the evil scientists that will bring him back if you were to ever, quote unquote, get rid of Caucasians. No, Caucasians were never the problem. They never, ever were. When you have eyes of Heru, it's a falcon deity, you see the bigger picture. You see the bigger picture. People will call you crazy. They'll say you're unhinged because what you see blows your mind. And then you sound off. You sound what they call emotional. You sound what some would refer to as over emotion. So I've had people, and y'all know it, I think those who have watched my channel for me, I've had people tell me, I can't watch you because you get too loud. Why are you so, why are you getting so blah, blah, blah. Like when you see the reality of what's being set in store for you as an American Indian, you better let some steam because something is going to be the recipient of what's going to come up for you. You better let it out. It's either you're going to want to do some harikari or you want to go slap somebody so hard that you'll again end up going to jail and becoming a Moor. That's the last thing you want, yo. That's the last thing you, because then you're gonna be like, like a freaking Stepford wife. When the Moors say something, as you like, whatever you like. Yes, I am from Africa. Oh boy. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm starting a long ass video. I'm sorry. I seem like I just can't seem to help it. Um, but hopefully I've explained a little bit about why uh, I call myself Heru, the copper colored god, because Heru was a copper colored god. He's an American deity, not an African one. He started in the Americas. What you might say the African one was Aten. Now that you can say is African. The Aten, Aten, they moving away from, they don't want to deal with air deities. They want to be able to say there's no air. So that's why we got evil Uncle Set has to take over. And then we're going to talk about the sun. Because Set is like a kind of like he's a major deity, but he's sort of like under Ra. He's said to be a son of Ra, right? But the order is this. There's Ra, the father. He has two sons and two daughters. So Ra has Osar as his firstborn, Set as his secondborn, and their counterparts are the one we known as Isis, which is Osar's counterpart, firstborn counterpart, and Nephthys. Now, I think her original name was Nebhet, and she is the counterpart of Set. So let's do it again. We have Ra at the top. He has two sons, Osar and Set. Osar is the firstborn. Set is the secondborn, obviously because Osar is said to be the king of Timeri. He inherits the kingship. How did he do that? He's the firstborn. Set is the brother. He's like the Jacob sort of character. Unfortunately, I mean that's what the book of Yaqub is basically telling him, that it's a brother who wants first position, and so they have to make up a story about how he got that first, and then they have to legitimize the theft. That's the crazy part about this. That's when you know something is this as what, how do they say it? Something's not too kosher in the buttermilk. Something's wrong in the mix there. You have a brother who is not supposed to inherit the kingdom, or but he sets out to steal it through deception. And then he wants to keep it forever and ever. And it's just what you're causing is war and chaos. And it's funny because it is said that that deity is a war, chaos, storm deity. I kind of couldn't remember the word when I went to tell you about this deity being a storm, war, chaos deity. And he's also a deity of foreigners. So as we see, the United States has this on and off again love affair with foreigners. They corral them in and then they corral them out, like they was yesterday's whore. It's like, I want you here for your goodies. Then when I'm done, back to the streets you go. So the United States is very much in line with this deity, this war deity. How they operate. And again, we're associating the deity with a second born who is coveting what belongs to the firstborn. Now he's entitled to it, but it's not, it would have to be, oh Lord, that's a setup right there. Something happens to the firstborn, then the secondborn takes over. But there's an element of impatience apparently in these stories because the secondborn wants it right now. And so in the story of Osar and his brother Set, Set actually murders Osar to get position. Osar has to get an immaculate conception to have the heir known as Heru. And see, Heru is said to be the true heir, and all the ancient deities agreed. They had a whole pantheon of deities. And so even the priests know that in the original story, the birthright goes to the heir of the firstborn, right? Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm going to make this a long ass video. If you could still, hang with me. When you're in that mode, things come up, and I have to catch it while I'm in this mode. So forgive me. It's going to be a long video, I think. I, I did take on the energy of Heru, who is a victorious birthright redeeming deity. That if you want to know what the characteristics of Heru are, it's his ability to win back what was stolen from him by his uncle, Set, short for Satan. The deity's name is actually Set. S as in Sam, E as in everybody, T as in Tom, Set. Okay, so Heru is a defeater of the Satan. But again, they kind of muddied up the story. Some say he won and he ripped, they talk about what they did to each other. It involved ripping out eyes, tearing off testicles, all kinds of crazy stuff. But the bottom line is Heru is the winner. He gets his birthright back. But I'm always trying to be open to messages from the ancestors. And so what I want to say that popped up for me just now is something I think I was trying to figure out a while ago. And, you grow as you know, right? I began to think that there was a problem with Heru, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. And it dropped into my spirit as I'm talking to you now. So what dropped into my spirit? There's two things you don't want in your spirituality. Okay? At least two. You don't want death to be like a deciding factor in redemption or salvation, right? You don't want something to have to die in order for you to find some kind of vindication or salvation. You don't want that. Because the minute you have that, you have a death cult. I'm telling you, it's a death cult. Okay, so I knew that. I know that's why I began to not necessarily want to resurrect the Osarian religion like I thought in the beginning. I thought that might be what we needed to do, is to resurrect the ancient Tamarian spiritual system. But what I began to realize is that that was created by the priesthood as well. If it wasn't created by them, if it started as a myth among people that the priesthood began to embellish upon, there's still a problem. The problem came when the murder occurred, and I didn't see that at first. That's why I know we can't resurrect this religion, because death is interwoven in the story. That means somebody's going to die, y'all. If you have death in your spiritual story, you're going to have death in your life, in your actual real life, a death that is unnecessary. No one has to die for someone to live. When a mother gives birth, she doesn't die. When a man is in the act of procreation, he doesn't die. So where is the death coming from? Who said someone has to die? I'm telling you, they're a liar, and they are Satan. Satan. They are the allegorical Set in the story. I'm not saying Set is real. I'm saying in that myth, they would take on the characteristics of the Satan, Set. If death were unnecessary, like if death were necessary for men and women to live or be justified before God, do you know how many people would not? Do you know how many people be dropping dead after procreation? The mother would die, the father would die. That's how death, the way we're holding up the death cult, that's how it should work. As soon as the baby's born, just the parents have to die because it's all sin. Baby is sin too. But because he's so brand new, he gotta, I don't know, we gotta grow up and find out that he's a sinner and then realize that you weren't supposed to be here either. Everything that's born in sin is not supposed to be here. With a death, when you're in a death cult, that's the setup you have to get. Because you have to somewhat call death. Now, if death is a natural occurring thing, which we're told it is, or led to believe it is, at least, who knows? I mean, when you have a nation that is fucking with the food, apparently death is not that natural because they ain't waiting for it. Or they're trying to speed it up or something, you know? But what I'm trying to get at is there shouldn't be a spirituality that depends on death for people to find quote unquote connection to God. What the Creator gave us is the ability to actually be better. It's not that you're a sinner, it's just that with each generation, you can be better. And I actually see that happening, with my family. I feel like my generation, we was the knuckleheads, and the newer generation, like my nephews and nieces, they're like geniuses. And so I know that life already has built in it a better, in other words, the creator doesn't want you to think that you're no good. He just wants you to know that you become better. That's all. You don't have to die. You're doing your best. That's all that's required. Nothing has to die. But when you're dealing with a thief and a liar, they're going to convince you that, oh, somebody got to die before you. God loves you. Somebody got to die. Again, that would mean that as soon as the act of procreation is done, the father and the mother might as well kick the bucket, for real. That would be God showing us that death is necessary for life. That's how the world would be if death is the only way to a new beginning is something got to die. What you find is many times the parents outlive the child, right? So then what? Are they sin? But it didn't work the way it should have. But I hope you see what I'm getting at. So now where was I going with that? I was trying to show that once I realized that even the Osirian religion with Heru as the Christ child, once I realized his father had to die so that the uncle could rule an unjust rulership where you have lack and people suffering because this entity knows that it's not supposed to be in that seat, but it's like trying to make the people forget the order. So they have to suffer. So their suffering becomes more what they're dealing with than the fact that there's an imposter on the land. There's an ill-meaning thief in a seat of power, like we have here in the Americas. So in your oppression, you never stop and think about who's oppressing you. And you don't realize all that they're doing to make sure that you are distracted. two things that you don't want in your religion or your spirituality. You don't want a death cult. You don't want someone dying. You don't need it. The other thing you don't need, and this just came to me, that's why I had to stop the show for a minute. You don't want something that was born in a fiction within a fiction. What do you mean, Heru? The drop I just got about Heru, the deity, is that he's something that occurred outside of nature. So there's two kind of things you don't want in your spiritual system. You don't want somebody dying, and you don't want something that occurred outside of nature. Unfortunately, I just realized now why I will be adopting a new name probably after, I feel that I have reached what I needed to reach with Heru. I will probably look to adopt. I know, sit down, everybody. Suki now. You know what I'm going to say. I'm going to, in the near future, when I've established what I needed to establish as Heru and being an Indian not taxed and reclaiming my sovereignty and now in a position to live in that sovereignty, as best I can. And that's still going to be good enough. I already started looking at names. And I think I have my Algonquin name. I think I have two of them. And I may look for some Arawak names because I'm part Arawak, in my lineage, and as well as North American firstborn Algonquins. Again, we were all Algonquin speaking, so don't think Heru was trying to better you by saying, I'm only Algonquin. You just have been lied to by Moors, and you've been given other languages, but the oldest language in North America, Eastern Woodland particularly, is Algonquin. What does that mean? Algonquin is the first things these bastards found here. They didn't find no Iroquois. They didn't find no Muskogean. Sorry, guys. But as I tell you this truth, know that that leads you back to being the original that you were, Algonquin. Okay, so I'm not trying to get rid of you. I'm trying to show you your origin. You were Algonquin speaking, especially if you were in the Eastern Woodlands. I'm talking about North and South Eastern Woodland. But we saw the original area of Virginia, right? The implications of that is the entire United States spoke. The area of this beast known as the United States was Algonquin speaking. That was Powhatans, all Powhatans. All that Virginia was Powhatan. That's why they had to deal with Powhatan and then quickly erase it. Because now they're going to break up Virginia and pretend that all these other Indians was there first, and they were speaking all these different languages. I was shocked it shocked my boots off when I realized California was part of Algonquin language territory. Again, Virginia, the only way that King James could claim Virginia is dealing with Powhatan. That was the only way. What shocked me is that I was trying to figure out what's the deal with California, because clearly the Moors got their sights on that. It's called Caliph. A Caliph is some kind of nobility in the Moorish world. So I was like, oh Lord, what the hell happened to California? But that was some kind of Moorish queen they talking about. They saying they don't know if she was real or fake, kind of Queen Califia. She was batting for Moors, y'all, so she was foreign. Remember, the Moors are the ones that have an identity crisis, not American Indians. We just was put freaking to sleep by all their lies. The Moors are trying to figure out, are we African or American? Americans now know that we're just American. So now with all their smarts and all their alleged wisdom, which is nothing but technology, turn out that y'all don't know who the hell you are. You don't realize you're African, and but you say every word you can to make an American Indian think somehow we're one. Pangea, and back in the day, and you're African, Moors. Why are you disrespecting the origin that you chose? You chose that origin. So ain't nobody made you African but you. But we just got to keep that same energy because we're not going to allow you to slither and slimy, grimy your way out of it. Because when you do that, guess what? You come for us, American Indians. If you did it and you didn't bother me, I would let you be whoever the hell you want to be. But because you trying to take my identity, I got to stop that, Moore. I don't care if you're a good Moore or a bad Moore. You're the same Moore to me, okay? Someone who has a serious identity crisis. You're just trying to grab America. That's all, just like the African Union is doing right now. And maybe that could be our segue to this because I done been talking all over the place. We want to go get some origin information. Okay. So let's read about a little bit about where we asked, AI always come up. So let's see what she got to say. Where did the African Union, how did the African Union, oh, look at me, I always misspell. And now if I were to change that, I'm going to get a different answer. Y'all see how I done misspelled union up here? How did the African union originate? Lord, what is a union? Okay. So let's read this and then we're going to put in the right word because I know AI going to switch it up a little bit. AI is very versatile. I'll say, yeah, why are you using it? Well, it does have, it does give you references. So, let's see what happens when we put in the right spelling. But for now, I want to read some of it. Oh, first yawn, that means I talk too much. Okay. The African Union, AU, originated from its precursor, the Organization of African Unity. Stop. The first thing we notice is that they're not claiming states, which I thought was very interesting. Because, as you know, there's something called the AOS, the American, what do you call it? Organization of States. None of that has anything to do with American Indians. Okay? The American Organization of States is dealing with colonizer states. Before colonizer, we didn't have any states anywhere in the Americas. Okay? So that's how we know the American. Don't try saying, "Oh, we got to go get approval from the American Organization of States. Oh, we got to join the American Organization of States." Oh, no, the hell you don't. Same thing with UNDRIP. Now, the American Organization of States, they also have a declaration for indigenous peoples. No, thank you. Your origins are of a shady beginning, of a shady place. We don't want to join you. You seem to have originated with an American president, and we know that American presidents never had American Indians' interest in hand. All they are interested in is those that they can federalize, civilize, and incorporate into 501c3 corporations. That's all colonizer can deal with. That's why he just said, let's just genocide all the others. We pick the Indians we want to deal with, the ones that are federalized and civilized, right? The civilized tribes, the Iroquois Confederacy, and the Lenni Lenape, to name a few. All of those have gotten in bed with colonizer, and they've been, oh my God, it's like two two heifers in heat added. Well, it can't, I guess two a male heifer and a female heifer in heat, and they just going at it. It's like, oh my God, it's funky up in here. Yeah, because what they doing is it ain't even it's ill founded, yo. We don't need colonizer recreating Indians. We just don't. Once he recreates you, you're his puppet. You just do what you have to do what he says. He's your, and he knows it. And you wonder why he be bossing up on you like part of the what do you call it when you have the madam of the house and she get mad at the little, you know, the horse, you know. And so that's what you get. You join forces with a foreigner, and then he gets to, kick your ass like you're a foreigner when you was originally American Indian before you gave up your sovereignty and your uh, spirituality, so you can become civilized and take on slave master religion. Because he said you were heathen, and you said, you know what? That's what I'm going to be. Give me some salvation. He gives you salvation and still steals your land and tells you where to live on your land. What kind of salvation is that? Not one for me. So we see now Africa got a little special with it. They don't want states because they got countries over there, right? So they got a African Union. I'm sorry, Organization of African Unity. Yeah, well, that has to be only with Africans, though, African Union. There you go with your identity crisis more. You think you every American. No, that's a misnomer. We weren't called African at first. We were called colored, Negro, black. And then they got real jiggy and kicked our ass off our own land and started referring to us as African American. And you Africans are biting that bait. That's how we know you ain't you. Now you just again we see you done played your card, African Union particularly, and it's always been the leaders, not the people. Even though the people do get dragged, sorry people, it's not you. You don't know what the hell going on. So the African Union originated from its precursor, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which was founded in 1963 to promote African unity, decolonization, and collective security. So, see what I mean, American Indians? Now, they are acting like sovereigns on their land. We American Indians can create the same thing. I think I threw it out there, and someone did respond saying that they thought a petition would be a good idea. I think it's a great idea too. I really, truly do. Of course, we have to figure out what we are agreeing to be. And what I'm saying is, from what I know and learned from attorneys like Peter DeRico, even an attorney on YouTube that I've mentioned, that we've spoken to each other on different occasions because this YouTuber also does videos, very informative videos, I might add. So we have Peter DeRico, we have the YouTuber that I mentioned, we have Anna Von Reitz, we have Glenn Fern. And I just have to give my props to Glenn. Glenn, just like Anna, they're both rather very rooted in Christianity, and I can't hold that against them. That would be more in line with the narrative of Europe and Africa, that they were the Christians of the world, not American Indians. So that's why I give people like Anna von Rice a big pass. I give people like Glenn Fern a big pass, even though I staunchly disagree with American Indians being Christian. That is the religion your colonizer brought. And you can't be cloudy about things like this. Even if you are so married to Christianity, you gotta say at some point, I know that it's colonizer's religion. I still want to somehow believe that I'm a sinner and I need a savior. Some people really find that comforting. I find it discouraging. I really do. Don't make me something that I'm not feeling. I don't feel like I'm a sinner. And I know that's a big one. People say, what did he just say? You don't feel like a sinner? With all these revelations that the ancestors are giving me, they don't seem to see me that way. If you've gotten anything from anything I've said, trust me, I appreciate it. And I am not trying to disrespect you in any way. But I'm saying you got that because of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with me being a sinner. It has something to do with the ancestors knowing where I came from and whose I belong to. Like your Christians say, who do I belong to? Well, we were talking about that just now. We don't want to belong to something fictional, especially when it's a fiction inside of a fiction. Now, what did I mean by that? I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. Please stay with me. Please stay with me. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Heru is a fiction within a fiction, but so is his counterpart, which is not really his counterpart, but the sort of double, the Christ. He's born of a fiction within a fiction in terms of both stories are allegorical. Okay. That's already a level of, shall we say, I don't want to say it. I don't think there's a word for that. But you're already dealing with something that's mostly mythical, right? But when you go and make a myth within the myth, that means something supernatural occurred that would never happen in, well, that's a tricky one, y'all. Immaculate conceptions. How often do they happen these days? I think they're saying there was a time when there was only females and they could procreate without males. That's a whole other thing. See, it's all related. 'Cause somewhere in these talks about men and women and everything, there's the reality that the earth was once female. In fact, a male might have been the first genetic, shall we say, woman, I was going to say man-made genetic alteration, but there was no men, so it had to be woman genetic project. And see, that again, like I said before, that conversation is so compelling, but it's going to shake the foundations of everything. Ain't nobody ready for that conversation. Um, but there's a lot of evidence, well, let's just say heavy. It's not a lot, but it's very heavy. It's very weighty. It's like you could have quantity and you could have quality. Here we have a lot of quality because it has something to do, like we said before, the X chromosome is older, right? So that means it was around longer than any XY combination because there was no Y's. Some people say a Y is just a broken X. And that's why men are broken, and that's why we try to find ourselves these days. And that's why you're seeing all this stuff. So many, it all has to do with sex, right? Men being found in some kind of sex situation that ain't nobody was ready for and all. But this is not just in Hollywood. It's not just in the music industry. It's not just in Hollywood. This has been the struggle, I believe, of men everywhere and always since men began. And I think it has to do with the origin of men being sexual in nature. I think men were genetic alterations to be sort of like not exactly a sex bot, but like a sex bot. So then men have to deal with the fact that so many times it is sex that is the downfall of a man. And then it seems to cancel him out completely. And then that's when someone like me will start to think, then why does it have to be such a big downfall? Well, it's because that's what men are relegated to. Everything sex. Sex becomes the bane of a man's existence because the idea is he's walking a tightrope. One wrong move and you're not a man no more, according, to the general narrative. It's not so with women. It's just different, that women don't get canceled completely. It's what I'm trying to. And already we have gone too far down. It just makes at this point, it makes me laugh because it just flips the whole script, man. Oh my God. And it just makes you laugh. It's like you gotta laugh because it sort of answers a lot of questions. It's funny that it kind of explains everything, it really does. Um, and that's all we're going to say. Okay. Because we came here with a mission. Um, this topic has wielded its ugly head in another video, and we left it where it was, right? We never followed up. So now we're on another whole other mission here today. But it's one of those round the world videos, I guess, and I do apologize. That's what makes videos long when you tend to talk so much, right, Heru? Yeah. So we were saying something about a myth within a myth. So you don't want your deities to be born of something that is outside of nature because the nobility are going to take that as a weakness and it's going to be their strength. In other words, what they could say about Heru that I had to get real with it. Say Heru wasn't real. He's more fake than the myth. Heru, he was born after his father died. That's what they're saying. Now, similar to what they call in Jesus, he was born without a man as his father. So that's a mysterious birth. So the things you have to look for in your spiritual system, look out for mysterious births, because that means somebody's going to get the short end of the stick because they're not real. They're not realized. They're a myth within a myth. It's one thing, we could go one level with it. We all need myth, right? In our spirituality. To some level, there's got to be some kind of myth involved, I guess. I guess. I don't know. But we've already been so mythified with myths that it's become like it's normal. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't supposed to be myth at all. And I guess I'm of that mind that says maybe we should just deal in reality more, since we're in reality, allegedly. But so I what I'm trying to say is I'm finding the correlation between Heru and Christ. Now, Heru is a better one because he doesn't have to die for people. Again, why do we need sacrifices? A personal sacrifice is different from some kind of spiritual sacrifice, y'all. A personal sacrifice is I got two places to be, but I can't be in two places at one time. One of my uh occasions, or okay, yeah. One of my plans are going to have to be sacrificed so I can go to this other one. That's what happened to me this weekend, by the way. I was supposed to get together with three different people, but I kind of messed up my my schedule, and I had to like reschedule. So anyway, that is the idea of a quote unquote sacrifice. That's as far as it goes, y'all. But when it comes to you being accepted by a deity, you shouldn't have to require a sacrifice. It is you that have to come before a deity, right? Not you and your sacrifice. The two different people. Your sacrifice, who's going to take care of their sins? If it's a person that you're sacrificing. And you can't say, oh, he was born immaculate. I know it. I know Christians are like, but that's everything I believe. And that's why we're in the position we're in, the state that most American Indians are in here in America. We in a sunken place, you know. So this long way to say, from now on in your future spiritual religious systems, let's not have somebody dying, okay? And let's not have some kind of person that's born outside of reality. Two things are going to cause the people to be treated unjustly. You're not real and you're dead, because you become dead when you're in a death cult. That's what look at our system, our commerce system. We've all been straw man. Straw man is a dead entity. We've been sacrificed already in a death cult. What was the guy, Jordan Maxwell? He talks a lot about this kind of thing. That look, if you look, or is it Maxwell Jordan? Jordan Maxwell, I believe. That man who speaks about how the system is a cult, a death cult. He's exactly right. Who brought that? Who brought you to death cult? It was the priesthood. Who are the priesthood? Blackamoors. They will do and say anything to get you under their jurisdiction, their domination, their dominion, so that they can begin sacrificing you for their deity. Because again, the creator doesn't require sacrifice. But if you are into a deity that does, that's not a creator deity. It's a supplanter deity, a trickster deity. Okay, so moving on. We done talked so much. Okay. As the continent's needs evolve beyond the OAU's Organization of African Unity initial focus, African leaders decided to create a new organization with stronger powers for grabbing. Oh, I mean, for economic and political integration. Economic. They have an economic problem, Africa. They can't get their economics right. But here you are in America with all the resources and so many people willing to be sacrificed in a commercial system with straw men. What a perfect place to grab from with the African American. So already they're trying to use that name to call jurisdiction on it. You see what I mean when I say when they somebody recreates you, then they want to then they do a move like the African Union is doing, where they think, oh, we can just grab those niggas now, right? We call them we assisted in them being called African, so now we can just come and grab them in our little African Union. Why would you need to though? That's the pitiful part. That's the pitiful part. Why does a continent that they say is so big? Well, we know they're lying, but there they go lying again. You said you have the biggest continent on earth. There's not enough niggas in Africa for you to unite with that you got to take all the quote unquote Africans of the diaspora all over the world, the entire planet. You need every single quote unquote black person to be part of your African Union? What is wrong with you that you're not enough? What is wrong with you? Why are you not enough? Look in the mirror and say, darn it, I can do it. I'm I look, what's the that I used to say that thing when you look in the mirror? I'm enough. I look like enough. I have enough. And I am enough. And I love the me I see. Something to that effect. Say I am enough in the mirror. And then say Candyman, Candyman, Candyman 3 times. Sorry. I'm just having a little fun with it. Um, there's not enough Negroes on that huge ass continent. Are y'all lying about the size of your continent? You see why people don't want to join with people that got over exaggerated ideas of things? So you coming off like you're too small to that y'all are not enough, that you got to grab every quote unquote black person on the whole planet to be part of the African Union. Y'all are in the United Nations. They didn't help you. So all of them white people and Asian people, Spanish people, none of them can help you. And you in bed with them. You in the United Nations. I told you the United Nations ain't for us, right? Africa is trying to tell you the same thing. And United Nations ain't did shit for them. Apparently now that they got to grab all of us. You got major seats in the United Nations. You got 54. You're like we said in the video that we did. You're the largest regional group in the United Nations. None of them white people can get you out of. That's why I started to wonder, y'all. Is there a curse involved? That's a lot of people. The Africa has the United Nations, all the member states of the United Nations. They got an African Union. They got most of American Indians thinking that they're African, helping them. I said in my previous version of this video, for the longest I was sponsoring a child in Africa. That's how much they got to me. Uh, I was I sponsored like I think I did one in Africa and I think I did one in Argentina or someplace like that. Was it Argentina? I'm sorry, it was somewhere in South America. Was it Guatemala? I think it was Guatemala. But between the two, I did that for a good while, y'all. It was like an automatic payment out of my check to help a child in Africa. So that kind of puts me in a position to look at Africans and say what now? What you saying now about me? See? That's why I'm saying the African Union, they're misguided in wanting people like needing all this help. First of all, why haven't you gotten help with all the Europeans you're involved with? The timing is interesting too, because this is during the awakening, and this is the biggest grab I've ever seen Africa. I thought y'all were just running around trying to feed yourselves. You trying to grab Americans? I mean, the impression that y'all are given all this other time is that we just trying to eat up in this piece. You're in bed with Caucasians, yet you want to say that they have colonized you to the point of poverty. And I'm saying, but you got all these connections, you got all these resources. What are your leaders doing over there? What are they doing? They got the Pope kissing their feet. So that means you got the Catholic Church in your pocket too. Come on, that's the leader of the Catholic Church. How he look, bowing down to kiss your feet. Who are you, African Moors? Who are you? Are you the priesthood? I would think Pope of the Catholic Church, if he's kissing your feet, that means you a higher priesthood than he. But I'm just trying to make it make sense, y'all. Am I saying something wrong? Huh? Y'all got to get real with that image now. The Pope Francis. And it's interesting because he's the one that repudiated the doctrine of discovery. Hmm. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what to make of it, but I know that they're saying the reason why he did it was because he was visiting some reservation, and a young Spanish girl was, made a big thing about, oh, you got what the Catholic Church did is right. I mean, she's right. It's just that she's not an American Indian. So, I mean, it's great that she was of mind and sound mind in her youth, she appealed to a man that she thought should do something about it. And lo and behold, he sure did. He wrote that repudiation. Now, I was part of the video I was trying to do, and I'm making this one just as long as that one, so I don't know what excuse I have. But when I was looking into the repudiation, what I found was recently that they're trying to say, well, he didn't rescind it though. He didn't rescind the doctrine of discovery. And what I found is that's what they do in the world of legalese. They make you think that, oh, but a repudiation is kind of not really real, whereas a rescinding is more legitimate. No, the bottom line is the same entity that made this possible has repudiated it. Look up the word repudiate, and you'll find that it works. It works. The point is, it's the organization that's doing it. If they took their cues, if this legal system took their cues from the Church of Rome, and the Church of Rome is saying, I'm sending out a different cue, that means this corporation has to follow. But I do believe Indians have to speak up, though. American Indians have to claim that repudiation in your declaration. That might be the first thing we have to deal with. And at the time, I'll be honest, when I wrote my declaration, I didn't understand fully the power of the repudiation. I realized that should have been one of the first things I said in my declaration. I can do a new declaration now. Don't get it twisted. And it would supersede my last one if I wanted to, and where I wanted to. I could, also add to my my declaration. I think every American Indian has to have some kind of personal declaration. Why do I say that? Because as Indians not taxed, you were not in tribes. So you have to basically, and it's not hard, trust me, American Indians, all you got to do is claim who you are. That's it. And what you're claiming is that you, as an Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 Indian, are entitled to your land. Then when you get enough Indians to do that, there's nothing that's stopping you from getting your land except you. It's all your game now, American Indians. You just got to know what to say. What do you say? The doctrine of discovery has been repudiated. Everything that's here in America as a result of colonization has been nullified. Null. That's what the wording in the repudiation is. Null. Anything that's preventing an American from enjoying their land freely is null. So American Indians, you just have to, establish that your tribe was here before colonization, trace it back. Civilized tribe Indians who want out, you just gotta let the corporation know that you realize you created this type of Indian that I am, but I didn't need you to recreate me because I was already American Indian. So what does that mean? Some Moors will slip in among us, but that's fine because we are in the driver's seat now. The problem with the Moor is that he kicked you out of the driver's seat with his bullshit, talking all about Mali. I don't need to hear about no Mali. I need to hear about Powhatan. I need to hear about the tribes of South America who had something to do with the tribes of North America, because we were one at one point. But I think the thing that unified us, let's just say it was one of these priests. And then when they unified us, they wanted to dominate us. But the unity was under their notice, unified under them. So they're taking some kind of creation authority. Now they're a dynasty. And officially what I want to say is American Indians, we got rid of the dynasty system. That's what we did, y'all. It ended up in Africa. It happened during the 18th dynasty with Akhenaten, Amenhotep, the Tutmosis and Ahmoses, Hatshepsut, the queen that we talked about, Hatshepsut, she was in that dynasty. So from dynasty 1 to 18, that took place in South America and the Americas. From dynasty 18 to the 25th and last dynasty, that was in Africa. You won't find it explicitly said anywhere. You get this from putting the pieces together, realizing what Akhenaten did, how he was seen. Look up, was Akhenaten considered a heretic? He was. Akhenaten started monotheism. In America, he was considered a heretic. He goes to Africa and they become the rulers of everything African and European and Asian and Mongolian and German and Russian and everything outside of the Americans. Akhenaten is considered the father of monotheism. He was, at first, a Tamarian pharaoh, what they call. But the whole dynasty got kicked out when we got rid of Akhenaten. We didn't want a dynasty. That's why I believe we became so tribal. We said, you know what? We just don't want no more priests up in here doing what they did. They just got too jiggy with it. They were more about dominating like they are now. So that's basically how that went. It's just one of those things that people have to realize it's not going to be said. You have to kind of get your ancestor eyes on because it makes the whole grab for America make sense. America is like a crime scene, and the ones who committed the criminal act, they're trying to clean up the crime scene. That means there can be no Americans here. They know what's going to happen in our DNA. They know that when it was going to happen, they knew it. They've charted all of this out. They've had plans for the awakening. We are just fresh out of a quote unquote pandemic, right? So the timing couldn't have been more perfect. It could not have been more perfect. It's like someone knew that we were going to wake up. So that's how you know the deities that they're worshiping must be demonic because they're hiding something, and they will do anything to hide the truth, and they're rewriting history. So if American Indians are still in America, at some point, like now, that DNA got activated. I think it was the conjunction. I think it was the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. I truly do. That took place, I think, in 2020. Well, when was it? Let's look at the dates. I'm sorry, we're all over the place. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it's a long ass journey, right? I apologize. Uh, let's see. When did the Jupiter Saturn conjunction happen? December 21st of 2020. That's when it happened. Okay. So we were already in lockdown, I believe. So let me see. That was, I'm sorry, I Googled that on my phone. The most recent Jupiter Saturn great conjunction happened on December 21st, 2020. Isn't that the winter solstice as well? Um, that was 400 years. They said when the planets appeared exceptionally close in the sky, the closest they had been in almost 400 years. This rare event was the closest Jupiter-Saturn conjunction easily visible since March of the year 1226, as the planets only appear this close in the sky about every 20 years. And the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn are not perfectly circular or aligned, affecting the degree of closeness for each conjunction. But they said that was the closest in 400 years. So it's rare. It was the closest visible conjunction since the early 13th century. The 13th century is when the Moorish explosion happened, and all these Moorish nations popped up in Asia, Africa, everywhere outside of the Americas, right? So that was their cycle. Their cycle has ended. It started, the Moor cycle really started in the 13th century. And I believe that cycle is over. The DNA has been renewed or whatever with that conjunction somehow. It was called the Great Conjunction. Okay. So, ooh, They say it was a cosmic alignment. The event was the culmination of Jupiter catching up to Saturn in their 20-year cycle, and their paths in the solar system aligned to allow for this exceptionally tight grouping. But see, they're saying a 20-year cycle, but they're saying the last one happened in the 13th century, so it's more than 20 years. Way more than 20 years. It's lifetimes. But they saying the orbit is different, so this was the great one. This was the great conjunction. Now it happened every 20 years, but the closest is every four, apparently, like I think every 400 years. It's looking like this thing. Okay. So we are all over the place, and I do apologize. Um, Back to the African Union. As the continents need to, yeah, so they need some economic and political integration. You got the United Nations, you got all your continents, a lot of help from delusional Americans, including myself at one point, and you still need economic assistance. If anyone hasn't noticed, Africa's constant issue is an economic one. And I truly don't understand it. I think it's here to make Americans look bad. I think the political part is to make us look like we're greedy. We have everything and we don't have it together. And poor Africa is always struggling, and they're more culture. They have more culture. So it's like having an Africa on the planet. It's sort of has a certain way of looking like we're not appreciative. It's not that we're not appreciative. Again, we have a colonizer sitting on our land. Africans have a colonizer that chooses not to live among them, apparently. Yet they're in bed with them via being part of the United Nations. But they are the colonizers. See, that's when I get it confused. Moors are the colonizers of Europe and Africa. So that's what is not being said here. Africa is the colonizer and the victim of the colonizer at the same time. Because if Moors came out of Africa, remember, it was Morocco that first recognized the beast on our land. Morocco. That's a North African country. It's a Moorish country. So while American Indians are skipping around calling themselves Moorish, what they forget is the Moors co-signed on the beast that's been whooping your ass since they got here with the doctrine of discovery. You sure you need to be Moorish American Indian? Do you see the conflict there? You can't want your colonizer and desire freedom at the same time. It's not going to work. You've got to let him go and boss up like a man or a woman you are, and realize that you have not had any say in the affairs of this United States, that once it planted itself here, it became like the bossing up on the whole world. And then Africa gets to play like a victim. I hate to call it that, but that's what I'm seeing. If a colonizer came from Morocco to be the first thing to recognize the United States, that means Africa validated the beast on our land. And now it's talking about, oh, but we need help. And we want y'all to join our African Union. You acknowledged a beast, and now you want me, the victim of the beast, being victimized by the beast. I'm not a victim. I'm just saying I've been lied to. I've been lied to, yo. That's different from being a victim, yo. How about a victim of lies? Can we agree that some people become victim to lies until they figure out the truth? So an element of Africa called Moorish or Moors were the first to recognize the beast on our land as legitimate. Ever since then, we have not controlled any of our resources. But Morocco, the whole point was Morocco was going to get into some kind of commerce with our colonizers. So you already took me from what for what I'm worth, right, Africa? You didn't need me because you sicked your Moors on me, right? And so now you need me because we're waking up. Is that why? So you need us to go fall deeper into the delusion that we are part of you. And now you ain't waiting for colonizer to do it. You are I keep forgetting you are colonizer. I'm sorry. But your alter ego, you're not waiting for them to do it. You're gonna do it yourself and say you're gonna grab every quote unquote black person on the face of the planet to be part of your African Union, whether they want to or not. Was I asked? Africa, let me ask you something. Did you send me a formal invite with a yes or no response card as to whether I want to be part of your African Union or not? No, you didn't. You went straight to the beast that you relied on when you recognized the beast. And you went to that and said, these is my people. Oh, no, I'm not. You better miss me with that African Union. You see why I go off on things pertaining to Africa? Do you see why American Indians? They are the colonizer's best friend and the colonizer, and then the victim of the colonizer at the same time. You're doing too much. You're doing way too much. Africa should be in the best position of all. And truth be told, I believe they are. How so? Well, in terms of they are the charity case on earth. Now, I know that sounds very disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful right now. If you Google the poorest nations on earth, that's what I really need to do lately. Because the last time I did it was in 2000, I believe, 2022 or 2023. They might be trying to clean that up now because they realize rabid American Indians like me are going to jump all on that. They can't do the poverty look like they used to. Not when they got Indians like me on the case. But so they're better off than Americans because their image among everyone is that, oh, they're so poor. And then some of the Africa people, they follow up on that. And I hate to say it, but it looks like there's these Nigerian scandals. Or I'm sorry, not what do they call it? Nigerian what do you call it when you got them schemes? It seems like a lot of it is emanating from Nigerians. And I hate to say it. I'm just trying to show you how you look to people who are really looking. There's this big cry about being at some kind of disadvantage always and forever. It's like, and then I think what people gotta ask themselves is why, who's How are you not extinct when you've been so bad off for so long? It doesn't make sense. It's not adding up. How do you survive when all your this African Union is like you saying something about you need help again instead of grouping and taking authoritative stand in terms of your own natural resources. Your authority involves or revolves around you trying to grab every quote unquote black person on the planet, and you don't see something wrong with that? Who does that? Europe is small compared to Africa, and they've never done that as far as I know. When they say European Union, they're not talking about American, European, catch it, American Indians, catch it. Other racial group, when they go to unified, they're not claiming the American ones. Africa is claiming the American ones. It's like we haven't been beat down enough. Africa got to come and grab us as well. Like you grabbing us that's going to make us better. You're saying that you're the poorest thing that ever happened to humanity, but you grabbing us like you're going to better us. That like us unifying with you is a come up for us. Who's it a come up for? Oh, you. But my come down was a result of one Morocco validating a corporation that sits on American Indians' land and control all of American Indians' resources. What am I saying? Somebody in Africa already tapped into America's resources, and now they're going for the kill of actually grabbing the men and women. So you got your Morocco to get all the resources. As we read, the capital city in Morocco moved further west so that they can be the recipient of American goods coming from the corporation. That's how bad it was. The Sultan of Morocco, we read, he couldn't find a lot of wealth in Africa. It wasn't enough for him. Now, he done went to South Africa and he said, "No, I'm not finding what I need over here. How about I recognize a colonizer, not American Indians? How about I recognize a colonizer that's taken over their land? I be the first country on earth, an African country." Morocco is an African country. So Africa is the first, that's the first country that recognized it gave life to our colonizer. It gave validation to our colonizer. And people haven't figured out why Africa is not our best friend. You need Heru to get on here, be at the risk of being called the most hateful American Indian on the YouTube, because I'm trying to school you. The ancestors are trying to school us on knowing you civilized tribe that's always talk about Mali. Do you know who your enemy is? It's not a Caucasian. It's the one that's going to say, grab you onto another continent. A Caucasian can't grab an American Indian and say, we taking back our property. Oh yeah, they call us property, by the way. The African Union have referred to us as property, from what I recall. property. Right there, they're telling you, right there, they're telling you, we are property of Africa? That's what y'all think? How grand. How grand for a country that claims poverty. Almost like its national anthem. But again, it's the leaders. It's, you know, but we have to admit they must be pretty influential. And let that sink in with you. Morocco is the first country on earth to recognize our colonizing. Why would they do that, y'all, unless they were very connected to colonizing? So let's say colonizer was white. Let's just say, for example, that the colonizers were white. Like, I mean, Caucasian. Do you American Indians realize that a country in Africa validated white people to do what they were doing if we are looking at our colonizers as white people? So what am I trying to say? Who empowered the quote unquote Caucasian white quote unquote person to dominate American Indians? Who gave them legitimacy? Called them a nation? Called a corporation a nation? Who did it, y'all? Was it a white country? No. Now we had been colonized by Britain at that point, right? But it's an African country that's recognizing Britain's domination of America. Why would it take an African country to validate the actions of a European country? Now they're going to get technical and say, well, they're validating the Americans when they broke off from Britain. Bullshit. Bullshit. We read that the United States picked up where Britain left off. Why would they do that? We read that, y'all, that the United States took the role as if they are the new, quote unquote, custodians of American Indians' lands and resources. So if you act like a duck, walk like a fucking duck, talk like a duck, I'm sorry, United States. You are telling us you are the new version of Britain. That's what you're saying when it comes to American Indians. Now, in the rest of the world, you're going to act like you're a whole new entity. Yeah, we ain't Britain. We Americans. But when it comes to American Indians, we might as well say you worse than Britain. And I never thought I'd say that. But what I mean is, if you are the new version of Britain, then you have done far worse than the old version of Britain. You're the one that keep us in a state of subjugation. If you threw off Britain, then that means you're the one that kept us in this state of subjugation for so damn long. And you don't have, that's Congress. Congress. We don't advocate uprising. We don't advocate violence. But we have to get real with that Constitution, y'all. And as we said the last video, I'm so glad we said that. If you have a document that in the beginning of the document, Americans are seen as sovereign men and women, but somewhere in the Commerce Clause of that same document, it's being understood that these sovereign men and women are doomed to eternal subjugation under commerce. You have to ask yourself, what Indian would have agreed to that? It's not possible, is what I'm saying. That's why I know American Indians didn't design this country or this constitution the way it is, as it is right now, and from the beginning either, because that document is the beginning of the United States. That Constitution, 1787, that is the beginning of this beast. And so if American Indians want me to think that they had something to do with that, then you're telling me you were complicit in keeping American Indians dominated under commerce because you foresaw that document being validated. Now, we're not even talking about Morocco right now. We're talking about delusional Indians who are Moorishly inclined because they married up with Moors, thinking that that was going to be the come up. How could it be the come up when they're taking away your entire existence? How? How does that make you come up as a people, as a distinct people, without a Moorish identity that you don't need? For the day when I can see, and help me ancestors be with me, when I can see the American Indians who said that we built this system to say, no, you know what? I was lied to. I'm praying for that day. Because that's when I know that we are ready. That's when I know. If we keep taking responsibility for this janky ass commercial Ponzi scheme, I'm telling you, you are asking to be dominated for a long time. And the thing is, if we don't wake up during an awakening, we shall remain dead. There is no waking up, is what I'm saying. If you can't wake your ass up in the midst of the ancestors coming in the room, shaking your bed like a freaking exorcist, got you rising up out the bed, your head spinning, trying to wake you up with a bucket of water splashed in your face while you snoring. The alarm clock's all over the damn place ringing. They about to get a damn electric cord and electrocute you back to life like a freaking Frankenstein. And you American Indians keep taking responsibility for your own genocide. The ancestors looking at you like you done lost your damn mind. The ancestors saying, you think we co-signed on this? You think we did this willingly? You think we wanted this for you? You're living it. We're gone now. I mean, we coming up in you, but if we coming up in Moo Moo the Fool, that means we're gonna die again. We trying to come back to this place and find y'all done fixed it up a little bit so we can come back and enjoy this peace. But we come back and y'all still insisted that you Moors and that the 5 civilized tribes were the first Indians on the land. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, the 5 civilized tribes are lying. They're being lied to. And then they're continuing the lie. They are not the oldest Indians on this land. If the older you are, you spoke Algonquian, baby. Get it right. If you're a Muskogee or Iroquois or Cherokee, I'm not saying that you can't claim you're American Indian at some point when you get your head right, when you find yourself. But if you keep thinking that, you're the first thing, you're genociding yourself. When you were first, you were Algonquin speaking. If you look at this picture, Algonquins are being as if they didn't exist. And they all they want to talk about is Muskogean Indians, Iroquois, every other Indian, but in the eastern woodlands particularly, they don't want to talk about Algonquins when Algonquin was the first thing they found here, and it was the largest thing they found here because we were all Algonquin. I believe we were all Algonquin even when they first arrived. They just started talking about a history that did not exist with Iroquois. I don't think Iroquois really came into being until colonizers stepped foot on this land. I don't think there were Iroquois. I don't think there were, I know there were no Cherokee. Um, no Muskogee. Everybody spoke Algonquin, particularly in the eastern wood. It's the oldest language. Okay. So I think we're going off, y'all, but this is apparently how the ancestors like it to be done when it come out of Heru mouth. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm all over the place. Y'all like, damn, Heru, what was you showing us today? Because your mouth is just like you on speed. I know, I'm sorry. Y'all done read this already, right? As the continent's needs evolved beyond the OAU's initial focus, African leaders decided to create a new organization with stronger powers for economic and political integration. This led to the CIRTI Declaration, oh Lord, in 1999. So they've been at this for a long time, right? The con Constitutive Act of 2000 in 2001 and the official launch of the AU in 2002, replacing the OAU and emphasizing economic growth, human rights, economic growth. They always begin with economic first, hinting at their economic problems. They saying they got all the resources, but they have economic growth problems. Well, your Sultan sort of told us that when he first recognized the United States, he let us know that y'all ain't working with much because he went to South Africa. He said he couldn't collect enough because y'all didn't have enough for him. So somebody is lying about what Africa has, as well as the size of Africa. So many lies. So many lies. And we thought Caucasians were liars. Think about it, y'all. Think about it. They call everything liars, the devil. But Africa, again, Morocco said y'all didn't have enough. That sultan, that's one man, a sultan. And y'all didn't have enough riches for him, one man. And I guess his crew. So he had to move his capital city further west in Morocco, like you said, so that once he got in commerce with the United States, he can receive all that good shit from our land. America has been supporting Africa, but we've been doing so with our hands tied. It's not like Africa came and asked us, right? Somehow they couldn't do that. I wonder why. But once we are colonized, here comes Africa to get the cookies. Again, Africa, you act more like our enemy than our friend. Yet we're the ones that's extending you tapping into us. We're not tapping into you because, like you always tell us, you don't have anything like that. That's not me saying that, Africa. It's how you are appearing on the world scene. Look at your African Union talking about economic growth. That's their focus. It says they're emphasizing economic growth. That's the first thing they care about. Money. Human rights, okay, that's a close runner-up. And intervention in cases of genocide. Oh, please. please. You calling me African American and you think you are intervening to do something with cases of genocide and crimes against humanity? Okay, let's start with you stop calling us African because you have no basis for that except what? We look like you. You don't know how to tell us the slave story. Well, we got the United States saying that they robbed, a Portuguese ship first. I guess what happened? What they had? How is that any direct uh thing with Africa? So that means both of y'all is got the story ain't got the story straight. One of y'all is saying it was a business transaction, a slave quote unquote trade. Okay. So it was a slave trade. That means Africa, somewhere in Africa, there was a profit in selling slaves. Yet you think you need reparations. Oh, so now you're going to say we was kidnapped? Which is the story? Because looking at me like you're both lying, which is why you can't be trusted. So I guess they're gonna say it was both. You were stolen and we sold your ass to slavery. And a Portuguese ship stole 20 of you and brought y'all and y'all was so damn good that they came back and took some more. And we said, okay, well, how much you want for 'em? Oh no, no, they came with the whips and the chains, and your mamas was crying and weeping and moaning and be good, son. Stay strong. Stay King Kong strong like the Pan-African king of Pan-Africanism. How much is it for that nigga? Oh yeah, and we was Muslim. That's the biggest joke of all. Um, I thought that we were having our trials and tribulations because we were not monotheistic. And when Giovanni Verrazano found us here, he said we didn't have no religion, meaning we were not Islamic, we were not Christian, and we were not Hebrews. So, oh well, the 20 odd something Africans, that was later on. Sorry. Giovanni Verrazano came in the 1500s, 1580, 1585, I think 1585. And the first slaves came in 1619 from the Portuguese ship, not from Africa now. It's just all kinds of stories, right? Nobody, that's how you know they lying, because there's just too many versions of the story. Look, a war would have had to take in place for us to be kidnapped. If it was a kidnapping, what war were we at? That's a damn lie. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to help y'all to lie better, even though that's really not possible because I ain't trying to be a liar. But I'm just saying to make it make sense. So the United States just happened to be on the high seas when a random Portuguese ship was trying to get to God knows where with 20 slaves. And the United States says, ooh, our lucky day. We just found some slaves. 20. You got all these settlers here and all these Indians here. But you want to go out of your way to grab 20 from Africa just so you can say they from Africa. But you didn't go to Africa to get them. You robbed a Portuguese ship. Oh my God, please stop lying. Please, please stop lying. It's just lie on top of lie on top of lie on top of lie. Just to try to make it make sense because it don't make no sense. It just becomes more elaborate. So somehow after they got those 20 some odd slaves, them slaves worked so good. They said, forget all these American Indians. Let's go get some more Africans. Does that make sense, y'all? I'm seriously right now. I'm serious right now. It seemed to me that it costs more money to get slaves from Africa than it do to just use the American Indians like you did and calling us African. But it would not make sense that you don't see anything like this happening to this level. You don't hear about it. It just because it doesn't make sense. No one goes just like Africa is the five and dime, but no, actually no, it's the free giveaway. Like Africa is just a free giveaway. Um, what do you call it? Flea market, and you just come and grab a bunch of people, and Africa just sits there and go, "Oh my God, did somebody just take a bunch of my niggas over? Let's go." I got a ill wind just passed. I feel like somebody was taken off the continent. You let somebody just come and grab your people and you don't do anything. After they're gone, you don't make any attempts to fight for them. Excuse me. You just sit back and then from that point on, woe is you. Oh, I'm so poor. They took all my niggas. I don't have anyone to till the barren land. Oh, help, help, help. Somebody help. They took too many niggas. Come on, Africa. Stop it. But this still it don't make sense, y'all. Because what's really happening, if you just found a land, right? Or ancestors this day, you find a land that's so rich in resource, you're gonna want those for yourself. Because the minute you bring more people, that's more mouths you gotta feed. That's more mouths you gotta feed, y'all. So you hungry, the settlers are starving, and they gonna bring slaves that gotta eat to work for them, and they don't even have food. And then you got these rabid Native Americans. This story's getting crazy as the day go by, y'all. So you're a colonist barely surviving. You're in a hostile environment because you're saying that the Native Americans, they got all the food and they don't want you to eat. But you bring in some slaves that when you starve. So what I ask the rational minds out there, if you know that food is scarce, who you gonna feed first? Your family or a bunch of niggas you done grabbed from some foreign country and they trying to rebel against you? So now you got the Native Americans fighting you. You got these African slaves. What are they doing? Just laying down, submitting to it? We supposed to believe that on top of everything else, these strapping brothers, you allegedly that you took that you wanted the strongest, the biggest, the blackest, King Kong and all that. That Negro just sitting there while you just doing you, right? He just sitting there with all these muscles, ain't trying to fight you. And he's not going to capitalize on the fact that all these Native Americans, because I would think the Native Americans would know who the real enemy is. They walk into on a plantation, they see allegedly white men walking around with guns on their shoulder, and they see this Negro in chains. I'm thinking the Native. We just going with it, American. It's not that we believe this is the truth, okay? But I'm just saying, in their scenario, in their fantasy island world, the Native Americans don't quickly figure out that these quote unquote Africans are like under more subjugation than the American Indians are if they live in the colonizer compound and the colonizer sitting there with his rib cage showing, trying to get a deal with wouldn't the Native Americans just side with the slaves and together they just decimate any alleged quote unquote white colonist like real quick, like fairly quick? You know, the story is not, it's just not holding up. That's why religion was used because it was like an opiate that allows people who are already spiritual to submit to some janky narrative about God. That's what made American Indians submit because they was already highly spiritual and their leaders were being, I would have to think that our spiritual leaders were being murdered. I would have to think that. So or something because we should have known better to then to adopt. Well, we did. We were fighting for our life, y'all. That's a lot of. And then when we saw how rabid these Moors was, I guess we said, "Oh, just believe in this God that they talking about," because it looked like they tried to literally, like, really just genocide us completely. And they need the reason why they need some converts is so they can say that you guys agreed to this because you fell in love with Christ and all that. But anyway, we all over the place. I don't even know if we're gonna get to the rest of this, but we are. We're gonna try. So the Organization of African Unity in 1963. Oh my God. In the 1960s, many newly independent African states formed the OAU to support liberation movements. It's so funny that as they become independent, oh, we got a lot of things going on in America, and somehow the focus is on Africa at the same time, I guess, because newly independent states formed the OAU to support liberation movement. Liberation from what? Promote continental solidarity and defend the sovereignty of American nation. I'm sorry, African nation. So y'all were like sovereign at least since the 1960s, and y'all just never got it right from the 1960s. So how uh, oh boy. Okay, limitations of the OAU. Okay. From OAU to the AU. I'm sorry, we didn't read that part. Let's read this again. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, 1963. In the 1960s, many newly independent African states, they all got states. So we know you're going in the wrong direction, right? OAU, to support liberation movements, promote continental solidarity, and defend the sovereignty of African nations. How are they sovereign, though? I'm trying. I mean, I know that there's something different going on there than here, but I'm having trouble to know what the issue is and why they're so poor, though. So they're going to say that the European came and took all our resources. So now we just here with nothing. I think that's what this is supposed to be. But I don't think, in other words, oh boy, I don't, it's like, I don't even want to get into this because I think a lot of it is just not exactly the truth. That's all I'm sensing here. Over time, the OAU's strict policy of non-interference in internal affairs limited its effectiveness, especially in addressing poverty. Okay, so there's poverty going, corruption and civil wars. What are they fight? I don't even want to get into it because I just feel like I'm just going to get an earful of lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Over time, the OAU's strict policy of non-interference in internal affairs. So you didn't want outside interference, but now you want all Black people from all over the planet to help because you're not seeing success in whatever it is you're doing. Somebody's lying. Somebody is lying. I think the idea is they have to really make it appear while American Indians are in a real, actual oppression. I think the job of a doppelganger is to say, yes, we are oppressed too. And we're worse because we're just so poor. See, they have to address poverty. I think what's happening, American Indians, is your doppelganger their oppression has to appear worse than yours, but you're the one that's really oppressed. Trust me, you are. And again, we have to remember it was Morocco that first legitimized the beast on our land. So now we have a whole continent that Morocco is on, claiming that they're more impoverished. But you got in bed with our colonizer who gave you, I'd have to say, sweetheart access to our resources. You had to have gotten that. And if somehow it didn't get to the rest of Africa, that is not the fault of Americans. You got the best of us. You got an automatic deal by recognizing the beast, right? Africa, even if it was Morocco, y'all had access to everything that belongs to American Indians. You should have been fixed. You should have been fixed. When you have a sultan working to make sure that you getting all the goods that are available, then something is wrong between you and your sultan, have nothing to do with Americans. But you had free access through Morocco. So maybe Africans can now say, yes, it's Morocco that's making us suffer. Okay, so deal with Morocco, but you can't come to American Indians because we already in the fight of our life with the entity that your Morocco has recognized as legitimate. We have our own battle. And okay, but I know American Indians and even Africans who are listening to that. But why can't we work together if we're both oppressed? I'm going to tell you why. You already know. You already know. Because there's an issue of identity going on. The biggest problem with Americans is that they have lost their identity. If we get help from some entity that wants to that's so busy saying that they are us or we are them, that means we have somebody else trying to get at what belongs to us, which means we will stay at a disadvantage. That's why we cannot work together. Because I hate to say it, Africa is drinking the Kool-Aid when it comes to the true identity of Americans. Africa insists that we are African, just like colonizer does. That's why you can't help us, Africa. That's why you can't help us. Because you are on colonizer tip. The only way you'd be able to remotely be of assistance to us is if you're clear on who you are and who we are. And clearly, you are not. You are on that out of Africa theory. Somehow that works for your benefit. I don't know why, because it sure is not helping with your poverty situation. Being the first is not helping you, Africa. And being the first is what's being denied American Indians. There's a lot of issues here, y'all. I hope you're starting to realize these issues are real. If we, like I said, when you get someone else to fight your battles, now say we join the African Union, the Africa is going to say, well, we started this union, so we the boss. So you got to take, and you know, we called you to become one with us. So who's the boss? But the thing is, if you're looking to us, like I said before, if you if you looking at it like all you gotta do is grab every black person, technically you're depending on a foreigner. See, that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't depend on a foreigner, but then that's where Africa is saying that no, you're not foreign, you're us. That is the problem here. That is the problem here. So I guess what Africa is saying is the only way we can accept your help is if you identify as just like the Moors, y'all, just like the Moors. The only way we can accept you in our union if you say you us. Now you look at our phenotype, that's not enough for me. You want us to say we're African. Now you saying it's all about phenotype. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us. But you don't rely on just our phenotype. You got to make us African for you to claim us. So you want some kind of access pass to Americans. You want to say not only are they the same phenotype, but they are us. I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's a grab. That's a political grab meant to serve only that who is grabbing. We're not grabbing them, right? Not to this level. They are doing a massive grab. That's what it is. And we learned this from how the beast operates. It grabs us and lumps us together, calls us all kinds of misnomers, and then the end of the line is, oh, and by the way, you're from Africa. So once we get you to not be Indian or American, I should say, and you become Negro, colored, black, what we're priming you for is to get off of the continent and be called African. This is exactly what Africa is doing. They're saying that we're going to follow up on the good work of the United States, and we're going to look at you as African as well. That's why Africa can't help us. All they're doing is pulling us off our land. Once we get pulled off our land, the thief gets to come in our house. And unfortunately, the African Union is acting very much like a thief. If you can't take our quote unquote help without calling us African, then I'm sorry, we can't help. And I bet if we said that to African, look, once again, we're going to fall for your sob story, and we're going to feel all sorry and help you. But here's the thing, though. You got to admit that I'm an American Indian. I wonder what Africa would do. They would say, well, we can't accept your help because you have to be African. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But they're only doing this based on us being African. So that would just take away. So in other words, they could recognize the United States as legitimate, but they can't recognize an American Indian as legitimate. You have to be African. I'm trying to show y'all. And Africa, if you don't know, if you didn't know, now you know. This is how the ancestors work. They know who their children are. They know who their firstborn are. The American ones, they know who their firstborn are, even if Africa doesn't. Call for changes. By the late 1990s, a growing realization emerged that a more dynamic organization was needed to tackle the continent's evolving challenges. What are those challenges? Well, they involve poverty and corruption. Hmm. Civil wars. What are y'all fighting for? Why y'all have civil wars? Y'all don't even have all of y'all is one people. If y'all can't, y'all all look African to me. I don't see no whites dominating you. So your civil wars are just you fighting inside yourself. And you think other people can come and solve that? You think all you got to do is get some more foreigners to help y'all stop fighting each other? What's your civil wars about? Baby, American Indians got bigger fish to fry. We can't come over there and stop niggas from fighting niggas, okay? I'm just being very frank. We here with a whole other phenotype over here that you helped to bring here. And it's not that we're saying that they are our worst enemy, but what we're saying is our shit is real. We can see the difference. We see who's running us. We know that they're not us. So that's causing an issue. That's a real thing that it's a bigger fight than what Africa has. Africa is just that they got to get their own people in check and get them on the same page because they all Africans over there. There's no white man running a whole African country over there that I know of. Somebody has to do a deep dive, but I'm pretty sure Africa is run by Africans. Unless what? Now they're gonna say, no, there's a white man with a gun to our head, and we just doing what he told us. Please stop. Please stop. But I want American Indians to realize this is some bullshit. Your civil wars are bullshit compared to what we're dealing with over here. Our shit is racial. That's what they trying to have over here. Like, although the smarter of American Indians know that it's the Moors behind all of this, but what I'm trying to say is the cultural difference is the problem, and it's also being flooded by foreign races. So the American Indians fight is a much bigger fight because it's like the people that are here do not see that this is our land. They come here thinking that this is something that somehow their gods have promised to them. Dr. Tracy did an excellent video, y'all. Dr. Tracy McCarthy did a video showing that none of the Americas were part of the promised land that they speak of in their scripture. I was floored. Floored, not flawed. Kudos, Dr. Tracy McCarthy. I just have to call your name out. I'm sorry, Dr. Tracy. That video, that was just, I, that's all I needed to hear. That's everything I needed to hear because this this religious entity says that they were promised some land by their God, and somehow America was caught up in that. But Dr. Tracy did. I The breakdown is excellent. Now I'm going to have to link the video. I'm going to have to because we have too many American Indians falling for this promised land that means that y'all going to think colonizer came and your God that you worship in American Indian, which is the colonizer God, gave colonizing your land and you co-signing on it. But anyway, we finally got through this part. Now we got like what, eight, like 10 more. Oh God, more than 10. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh wow. Ooh, 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 ooh. I talk too much, y'all. I don't think we're gonna get to all these. We ain't gonna get to all these, yo. If we don't, we just have to do a part 3 or part 2. Sorry. Okay. So we did get through this part, right? Wait a minute. Oh no, wait. See look what I did. Look what I done did. The launch of the African Union, 2002. We read that, right? CERT Declaration, 1999. Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi spearheaded the call to establish a new, more powerful union oh wow, Gaddafi. Now they say he was a good guy, though. At a summit in Sirte, Libya. All right, now Constitutive Act 2001. Did we read this already? Yeah, we okay. Uh, this foundational document for the AU was adopted outlining the new organization's enhanced powers and goals to grab Americans. Official launch 2002. The African Union officially came into being at a summit in Durban, South Africa. Oh, wait a minute. Placing the OAU and setting a new path for the continent. So wait a minute. Oh boy. Oh boy. The official launch of the African Union was in South Africa? That is not reading well to me, y'all. I am so sorry, Tyler. This is not reading well. Then we get an Elon later on, right? The African Union officially came into being at a summit in Durban. Oh, why did you choose South Africa though? Okay, so this just took a turn, y'all, I wasn't really expecting. It was the launch of the African Union was in South Africa. Oh boy. Key differences and goals of the AU, enhanced powers. The AU was designed with significantly more authority than the OAU, the Organization of African Unity, including the power to intervene in member states' internal affairs to prevent genocide, war crimes, and human rights abuses. Wait a minute. Let's just read this again. The AU was designed significantly more authority with significantly more authority than the OAU, including the power to intervene. And remember, so now they pulling some kind of domination of the member states. See, that's sort of giving me United Nations. I think that's what the United Nations would, if it hasn't done it already, that means if you're a member of the United Nations, they can send to your country some kind of United Nation. Oh Lord, I don't even want to imagine that. And is you really got to know what your sovereignty is about. Now you've been mad at your dude Heru for always talking about sovereignty. You saying why he trying to make us a sovereign citizen so then we could be like the Moors? No, it's not. You're not going to be like the Moors because you're not claiming Africa if you ever stop calling on Mali. If I could ever get you to stop talking about Mali, but one thing I can tell you, when you hear an Indian talking about, we have on our panel somebody from Mali, just walk away. That's a compromising the Indian, y'all. Again, you when you want your sovereignty, you gotta make that a you thing. You can't be calling other foreigners to help you get your sovereignty because they're gonna want a piece of the action, yo. The whole point is to get rid of those foreign agents that end up making American Indians as if they're serfs on their own land. You don't want to risk that ever. That's why it's only a work for American Indians to do. And newsflash, African Union, that's why it's only a work that you can do by yourself, just like Indians have to do it by themselves. Unfortunately, we can't ask Africa to help us because Africa, they don't know, they don't recognize that we're not African. But they want us to help us. They don't care. You see, they don't care about the difference. They say, you look like us, come right along. That's a very childish, immature way of looking at the world in general. Never look at a man or a woman and say, because you look at me, I'm going to assume that you're on my side. Only children do that. But that's a childish thing to do. So they get a pass. When an adult does that, you got to walk away from that. They're not, they're working, injustice. They're trying to grab. Africa is the African Union specifically. They are oversimplifying the whole point of even having something like an African Union. It's for Africans, not Americans. But if you're delusional, you're going to think that we have to be part of that. I think this video is going to be just about the African Union because we don't run around the world with it. And the next video, I have to look at the other slides, and that's going to take too long. This is already long. So we can make this one something about the African Union, okay? To make it its own video, we do have to look at more things. But I think we might tack on one more, okay? I'm going to split these slides somewhat. We're not going to do all of them, okay? So the focus is different. You got enhanced powers, right? That's the difference between the first version. The second one is even more, doing more grabbing to the point where the power to intervene in member states. Now they got states. That's why American Indians don't want states. When you become a state American Indian, that's why I'm telling you, claim the name of the land that it was, even if, like, say, the civilized tribes. What you would do is not refer to your land as states anymore. That's for those who are in the civilized tribes and don't know what they're in and want out. You're going to have to reconnect to your Algonquin roots and insist upon that you were here before colonizer reinvented you as a civilized tribe. And furthermore, being civilized didn't get you nothing, or anything, I should say. Being civilized didn't get you anything but complete and total domination. So we don't want to be in the state because then you're going to be part of the African Union. They're going to say, well, y'all got states, we got states. Let's be states together. Always trying to grab American Indians. Do you see, Indians, why we can't be in states? Now, we covered this a long time ago. We read that congressional record where one senator was concerned about these states. He's saying something about, he thought that it was an extension of the British monarchy calling us into a union of a world federation of states. Now, they saw this back in the day. This was a congressional record from back in the day. So what am I saying? American Indians, for the love of the real God, you don't live in states. You do not live. You got to insist that before states came here, I was this Indian territory or that Indian territory. Ultimately, we were all Algonquins, but we got I think the Moors broke us up before colonizer officially came to dominate. The Moors had to come and do like a fabric softener, like a meat tenderizer. They had to soften us up for the takedown. So the Moors married into your family and helped in creating these states like Carolina, Virginia, and all that. It was all Virginia, though, remember? We just did that video, so no need to go there again. But once they start making you states, that's how they break you up into little colonizer-sized morsels. Morsels. You see? Because now you're all Moorish. It's not like we're trying to be at enmity with Africa and their Moors to that degree. What we're asking, what we are promoting is that we are not one and the same. It begins with what a Moor believes. And a Moor at inception is monotheistic. An Indian or an American at inception is not monotheistic. You might think that religion is no, never mind. It was the biggest breach between us and those who chose to become Moorish. That was the biggest breach. It was the religion. Their leader, we call a heretic. Their original founder of their monotheistic tradition was Akhenaten. Akhenaten of the 18th dynasty. Again, you know, we call that form of religion heretical. They came back and called us sinners. And we've been paying for their sins ever since then. But in our system, we don't need a sacrifice. American Indians don't need a sacrifice. Those who are doing wrong need a sacrifice to appease a bloodthirsty type of deity. I can make it a little more palpable. Imagine your father, your literal father, your daddy, the one you call daddy, who married your mom. Imagine you go to your father who loves you, we hope, right? In the best case scenario, loves you dearly, apple of his eye, fruit of his loins, all of that. And if you're a male child, oh boy, your daddy's looking for you to, you know, carry on his name and stuff. Okay, so one of the most beloved love affairs in humanity is a father and child, just like a mother and child. So you go to your father and you want to tell him that you want to apologize for something you did that you felt you shouldn't have done because it might upset your father. And he says, son, I forgive you. I love you. I forgive you. Now go get a fatted cow and go kill him for me, please. You would look at your father like, come again now? Go get a who and do what now with? It's really that simple, American Indian. It is really that simple. Your father loves you and does not require you to kill anything for his love to literally engulf you in forgiveness. When you go to your earthly father, he's never going to tell you for me to forgive you, you got to go kill something for me and then do all these special things and the way you kill it and all of that. And take the blood and do this, that, but, drink the blood. Drink the blood now, because that was an innocent animal. Now, if you drink the blood and eat his body, you'll be innocent now. And then I can forgive you. But right now, even though you apologize, I'm looking at you like a dirty rag. And I need you to go. And every time you piss me off, just go kill something else and bring it to me and set it on fire. Set it on fire. Then eat it up. If it were a satanic ritual, American Indians would go nuts. Oh my God, that's satanic. Oh, the vampires. Oh my God, the cannibals are eating, drinking blood. Oh my God, it's but when it's ritualized, it's like you got blinders on. You don't see that you're doing the same thing in the spirit world. When you eating a wafer and you calling it somebody's body, you're ritualizing cannibalism. It's like, my gosh, if you're gonna do something, do it all the way. Don't half step and play with it. You eating somebody's body, you might as well go eat the real thing. Because that's what you're doing. You done said it is the body. This is the body. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yum, yum, yum. I know American Indians like, oh my God, no Heru did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. This is extreme. I'm trying to tell you, that's where the rift came between us and Moors. Now, the Moors would be down with this, eating the flesh and drinking the blood. The Moors would be down with this. Yeah, they the ones that invented this religion. Come on now, somebody got to talk about it. American Indians wasn't with this. I know y'all shocked to hear that, but that's what they keep screaming at us. They're telling us, you was not down with these shenanigans until we forced it on you and took over your country. And then when you did convert to it, why haven't y'all risen to the upper ranks? Why haven't y'all risen to the upper ranks of society? Meanwhile, you have Hebrews. They don't have a savior. A big segment of them do not believe they need a savior. And they get respect in the world, and they don't have or require a sacrificial savior. And they do very, very well, basically. I'm just trying to get American Indians to realize here you are practicing all these heathen rituals, and you're still at the bottom. It's not funny, but it is laughable, though. I know. I'm sorry. You know, I I really want us to break out of colonizers' traps. That's all. That's all. So, but this is a long ass video, right? I'm sorry, y'all. I do apologize for the lengthiness. So, so they gave themselves more power to intervene in the internal affairs of states. Once you become a state, somebody has the power to intervene. That's another message we get. So you become a state, right? Later on, some nobility is going to want to form a union of. So then you become part of a union, and now somebody going to step in and intervene on your affairs. No different from what the federal district of DC has been doing and doing right now. Doing the same thing. You feel like, oh, I became part of a state. Oh, we're called sovereign. It's a sovereign state, in fact. But then somebody's going to have you, oh, we need to all organize. Let's get together. But once we get together, now I'm going to be able to override your sovereignty as a state because now I'm going to be like, no, this is for your own good because I got to intervene in your internal affairs to prevent from genocide and war crimes. and other human right abuses. You inserting yourself is leading to all of that you're trying to prevent. You're supposed to stay out of it. I'm a sovereign just like you are. In fact, in the United States, the states had more sovereignty than the District of Columbia. The federal did. Then the federal said, "Well, I got more citizens than you because all of y'all is my citizens now that I've made a federal citizen. So you don't have state citizens anymore. I have sucked the air out of all your little floats." Okay, so that's how the feds really took a very dominant position after they created the citizenship that was intended for babies of slaves, but they made everybody a baby of a slave. Because now even Caucasian people are considered having a dual citizenship, a United States citizenship and a state citizenship. But I think the state citizenship disappeared once, according to the way that the feds are looking at it. Once we created a federal citizen, the state thing dissolved. That's why Anna was here and is still here, resurrecting state citizenship, just like Glenn Fern is. But American Indians are neither type of citizen, federal or state. We are higher than that. We're supposed to be directing the show and what land is available for foreign presence, what land we are leasing, and the price to lease that land, what we require. Maybe we want you to, if you have a lot of farmland, maybe we want you to give us your food, your 10% of your food for free. You know, yeah, you on our land. And you don't just live here as a foreign entity and run our resources without some kind of compensation. Now, what was supposed to happen when you wonder, well, why y'all got to ask us for things for? We here now, right? Yeah, but you've been here living off of, look, they're saying the civilized tribes think that we were involved in some kind of literal, or I'm sorry, a legitimate business transaction with this United States. What they don't understand, and the ancestors are here to try to let us be informed. There was no business took place between American Indians and any foreigners that arrived as colonizers because of the doctrine of discovery. And I know I keep saying that, but I just want you to see how we keep landing that plane right there. In fact, a lot of the things that have been repeated, I want you to see how they come back to show how it connects to the bigger picture. So all the American Indians who have been misled to believe that American Indians were involved in some kind of commercial deal with the United States. They were working for us. We hired them as our indentures at first, but then they flipped the script. That's not possible. We were trying to help them. That is not possible because of the doctrine of discovery. Now, to make that possible, what some people who are misleading Indians will say is that, oh, that was in time immemorial. That doctrine of discovery don't have nothing to do. We was in a business transaction and they took over. They took over our business. We didn't have any business. You mean the Moors in your family had some kind of business? Okay, so that's different. The Moors were part of this game, y'all. The Moors were in on it more than American Indians could ever dream of being in. So no, there was no business going on between American Indians and Moors. or colonizers. It was a grab. As we said before, they came here knowing that our land was theirs, given to them by the Church of Rome of that time. But the Church of Rome, we have to keep saying, has since repudiated all of that. It's up to American Indians, not Africans. It is up to American Indians to begin to make our own kind of union, you might say. Article 1, Section 3, I'm sorry, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians reclaiming, repossessing their lands under the unction of our birthright and the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery. So we would want to join. Now, see, here's the thing, American Indian. We do not have to agree on every single point. What we have to agree upon is we are first Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 Indians, which are sovereign Indians. As such, every Indian has to reclaim the land. Any entity that's finds itself on your part of the land has to compensate you for their presence there. That is the reparations. It's restoring you. So what does that mean? You have to compensate from here on in. We can calculate how much you earn by being on my land for as long as you have. That is not really reparations. That's compensation for what was stolen. So American Indians shouldn't have to pay for anything because of the entity, the commercial entity that calls itself doing business and cutting American Indians out of the business. Where we could enter the business, they rebranded Americans into federalized, civilized Indians. And now you're not part of the deal anymore because you're considered part of the colonizer. So he's looking at it as you get what I give you. You're me now. You're an employee at my company when I made you a federal Indian, a civilized Indian, a 501c3 Indian, a $5 Indian. So American Indians have to agree. And again, Americans don't feel like, oh, I'm going to sign some petition and I signed away my life. Oh, no, the hell you're not. Nobody needs to take your life. We don't do death cults around here. Your life is fine. What you would want to agree on is your sovereignty and your right to have the dominion on your land. That is your birthright. If you have a foreigner here denying you your birthright, they gotta go. If they stay, they have to compensate. Meaning, again, every business that's planted on your land, whatever they're peddling is free to American Indians for as long as they're here. Y'all, oh, I know every time I make a video and I say that, I always say to myself afterwards, I need to show them what Anna von Reitz was gunning for. Now, you know that at first, before I made my declaration as an American Indian, not taxed, that was done on September 12th of 2024. If you go to the first page of my YouTube channel, the first thing that starts playing is my declaration, my public declaration. So I often say to myself, every time I tell the American Indians that all their bills should be paid, everything is free for them, I often wonder what a difference it would make if you heard what Anna von Reitz, a state national, was what she was setting up. That's what made me know that what should happen is that we don't have to pay for any goods or services from this corporation or any of the corporations that are incorporated under this corporation. And they all are. All of the corporations have the feds as their uplink because the feds are, quote unquote, regulating commerce, every commercial entity in existence. So that means all the businesses are intrinsically tied to the federal government, meaning they're little offshoots, and their master is the federal government. So the federal government is giving life to every corporation and directing the movements of every corporation. So the federal government is the uplink of every corporation. All that has to happen is because the federal government is who misclassified American Indians. All their little agencies owe those wronged American Indians. But again, I would often say to myself, I need to let these American Indians understand that that is a reality that foreigners were going for. They were saying that they don't have to pay and that they were going to, part of what state nationals were going to do was create what they call a vendor card. That with this vendor card, their bills were supposed to be discharged, all of their bills discharged. They were going to have it for utilities, definitely for taxes, but anything else that the feds are forcing down their throats as saying that they owe, because the state nationals are saying they don't owe. The state nationals are saying this is a rogue corporation that started billing itself, making up its own charges without the state nationals asking them for any of these services. They had 19 enumerated services or functions. So what the state nationals had concluded, and I concur, is that they don't owe the federal government. But in fact, the federal government owes them. Now, in the state nationals case, but this would include American Indians because we were acting as if we were some kind of citizen and we were being treated like we were some kind of citizen. But the state nationals, what they concluded is that when they took money, real money, out of circulation, that means their debts were supposed to be discharged. Again, American Indians weren't supposed to be part of this, but we got dragged into it when they created the United States citizenship. But then again, that citizenship, it was more, okay, see, that's the part where I misspoke. State citizens or white, they were originally white, and there were no people of color allowed to be a state citizen. That was the whole Dred Scott decision. He was apparently an American Indian, if I'm getting that right. And he thought that he should be, excuse me, I think, what was that? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of going a long time. What was the Dred Scott thing? I'm not remembering the details, but the idea was he thought he was entitled to become a citizen, I think once, oh my gosh, what was it? I'm sorry, I'm not remembering the details. But that was an example of the beginning of a man trying to claim, a man of color, trying to claim state citizenship, but what they did as a result of Dred Scott, they created a new kind of citizen called the United States citizen. So the answer to Dred Scott thinking that he could become a state citizen was the federal system creating a federal citizenship for him, which was a new citizenship. Okay? So because what they called Africans were not supposed to be citizens, but neither were Indians, the feds called themselves creating a different citizenship called the United States citizenship. Now, most of us know the United States is a district that sits on 10 square miles. It's a District of Columbia. So when you become a federal citizen, the District of Columbia is the entity that you're a citizen of, the District of Columbia. That's what they created for what they grouped together as American Indians and Africans, called African Americans, a non-entity that also was created by the feds. So, again, Dred Scott thought that he could become a state citizen. And he really could not, because what happened as a result of this Dred Scott is that it was reversed. Well, they say it was reversed, but it wasn't reversed, because they invented a new citizenship, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if they reversed it, that means he could go on to become a state citizen like any white man was. Any white European was a state citizen, not a federal citizen. So when Dred Scott goes to become a state citizen, the feds say, nope, we're going to create a new citizenship just for babies of slaves and the slaves themselves. It's called the United States citizenship. Once they did that, y'all, they just started making up all kinds of laws for these federal citizens that have nothing to do with any Bill of Rights. Federal United States citizen had civil rights, but American Indians have birth rights. So yeah, once we get a petition going, it will be designed in a way where no Indian feels like, oh, I just signed away my life. No, you didn't. All you're going to be saying is that I agree that Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians are not federal civilized Indians. So therefore, we are back. And in addition, we are going to require the lands that we had, they're still ours. All of it, not parts of it. If Virginia was the entire United States, that Virginia has to go back to Algonquin Indians. So we're lining up our ducks. Iroquois can't really claim Virginia. Only Algonquins can claim the area of that map that we looked at known as Virginia. Do you see why now it's crucial that you become Algonquin again to make America great again? Algonquins can claim all of that land, all of it. That's the birthright of the original Indians of North America. The territory that the United States, or the beginning of the United States, claimed as Virginia is the entire United States. The Indians of that area were known as Algonquin. That's the only Indian that all Europeans that came to North America dealt with. As soon as they got off the boat, they were on Algonquin land. So American Indians were misclassified Iroquois. They were misclassified Muskogean. They were misclassified all the other names of these linguistic groups. Now, the tribal name might have been yours, but that linguistic name is questionable when the oldest linguistic was Algonquin, meaning we all started out, as I always say, again, we have to do it repetitively to make it make sense more, but it is the truth. It's not just making it make sense. It's the truth. So Indians have to agree that originally we were Algonquin speaking, evidenced by the territory that is Virginia, broken up into a lot of little small, into 50 little pieces, right? All the other states. That's why, check it out, American Indians. That's why they're not really called countries, because really it's almost like they're the United States of Virginia. I mean, we don't go with colonizer names of our landmass, but I'm just saying all those states are all in Virginia. The original outline of Virginia was basically the entire North America. This is the land that has to go back to the right Indians. But to get that land, you have to be the right Indian. Algonquin. Algonquin speaking. So yeah, this is everything. Okay, did we finish reading all this? No, we didn't. While the OAU focused on decolonization, the AU shifted its emphasis to continental economic and political integration, aiming to reduce poverty and promote development. Well, continental means you got to limit that to Africa, but that's not what you're doing. Loosely based on the EU. Okay, so there you go, following the daddy baby. You colonize Europe, you say, but now you're going to take Europe's lead, and now you're going to try to grab American Indians as you take on this European Union model. The AU structure was loosely modeled on the European Union, envisioning a future with a common currency. See, when I say we got to make our own money, America, and y'all think, why you keep saying that? That sounds stupid. When you're sovereign, you get your own currency. You get a central bank, but you won't have a Pan-African. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. See? Yeah. So the AU structure was loosely modeled. This is why you always hear Heru saying, we don't want anything modeled after our colonists. We got to get creative, y'all. We are creative. But you model something after your colonizer, you're going to start acting like your colonizer because it's his creation. What American Indians have to do is get into the practice of recreating things. Stop looking to take something that was already colonizer created. If you want to use it, it can't be what they had, y'all. Now, somehow the African Union, I guess by the name alone, if there's a European Union, then we can make an African one. So that means American Indians can't use this term at all. American Union. No. No. You're just going to be American Indians, something, something. Okay? Maybe Algonquins. Maybe we just call ourselves Algonquins, since that's the oldest, safest Way to go. Safe because it has no colonizer. Colonizer don't like claiming Algonquin. That's why they leave them out. Algonquins are uncivilized according to colonizers for the most part, except for the Lenni Lenape and any others that are doing what the Lenni Lenape did. But then again, they still don't get high billing because they're Algonquin. So they don't really get talked about. It's always though, reliable civilized Indians and the Iroquois Confederacy. Those are the old reliables for the colonizer. He loved to talk about them only. So the AU structure was loosely modeled on the European Union, envisioning a future with a common currency, a central bank, and Pan-African. But you're going to model it after Europe's. And Europe's, we all right now are living in Europe's reality because Europe is your daddy baby. So now the daddy trying to, he want to do what the baby doing, so it look like he didn't do it. The baby did it, not me. Blame it on the baby. Go on, Africa, blame it on the baby, African Union. You've always been trying to escape the reality of who you are. But let's do this quick. So we read through all of that, right? Where did the Blackamoors originate? Now, we talked about this in the last video. So I think we're going to look at this and be clear. The Blackamoors originated in North Africa, with the term Moor initially referring to the Berber people and later evolving to include Black Africans and other Muslim groups from the region. However, the term became a generic European descriptor for Black people during the medieval and early modern periods. Blackamoor specifically came to refer to the Black servants of often enslaved, who worked in wealthy European households from the 15th to 18th centuries and served as a popular motif in decorative arts. Now, the last part is kind of BS. The Moors had to put on the look of slavery because in the 15th centuries, when they started coming, they started dealing with trying to get to the Americas in the 15th century, which is the 1400s. So in the 1400s, now you having Columbus come here, right, to the America. So what the Moors got to do? They got to say, oh, we slaves too. So you're the slave and the slave master. You see, that's the difference between American Indians and Moors. Moors are at times the masters of the world, or what do you call it? The rulers of the world. And then at other times, oh, we so poor, we the slaves. So they got to become what they're, like their victims so that they can play the role of victim. So that here they say it came to refer to Black servants. Oh, well, that's not what they were initially, right? So we want to be clear. Where did the Scottish come from? Before Scotland, before Britain, before Spain. Where did these Negroes come from? The Blackamoors originated in North Africa, with the term Moor initially referring to the Berber people and later evolving to include Black Africans and other Muslim groups from the region. Origins of the Moors. North African roots. Okay, so where again are Moors from? America? No. Did they forget their own history? Well, we're here to help remind them. The term Moor originated with the Romans. because the Romans were Moors, who used it to describe the inhabitants of the Roman province of Mauritania, located in the western part of present-day Algeria, another African country, and the northeastern part of present-day Morocco. Okay? So when the Moors are trying to bend and twist words to say that they originated in America, the Morocco in America, you are bugging out. You are grabbing, you're so thirsty that you sound crazy. You're so thirsty that you sound crazy. So we have to remind Moors where they came from because they're throwing up smoke and mirrors. They don't want to just embrace her. When they're coming to take your identity, they have to be you for that time until you start to think you're them. And then maybe they might tell you what really happened, maybe, but you're always going to think that you were them. So it's too late. So where are their roots? In North Africa. Again, like we said earlier, they're not too interested in South Africa. Okay? They like North Africa because they know that there's some kind of economic issues in South, the lower parts of Africa. So they want to say, no, we're not like that. It's like some priesthood, again, plopped in North Africa, and then tried to disassociate themselves from the rest of Africa. So what were they? They were like a nobility, right? But what is a nobility if they don't have a bunch of slaves, right? So they were like a nobility without too many servants. And then when they did go to get servants, we read something about, oh, did we? I might have did that in the last video. That they well, that's what wait, sir, enslaved. Okay. Somewhere I read where they had the South Africans to join their armies. So they use so the North American Moors, what they did with the Africans in the lower part of Africa was use them in their military. Okay. So that was as good as it got for the rest of Africans. They were basically being run by these Moors that dropped out of the sky, right? They say they something about being from Nibiru. Can you go back there? That would really, that I would even, champion that more than you going back to Africa. I would really like if you went back to Nibiru. That would make me happy. That would make the ancestors smile as well. Like, finally got them Negroes off the freaking planet. Thank you. Uh, so yeah, we just want to make sure we know where Morse came from because I think there's a lot of confusion as to what came first, the chicken or the egg. And we gonna say, yeah, it was the Africans. The Negropeans originated in Africa, and Europeans were just where they raised up the daddy baby out of Europe and forgot where he came from, and he ain't trying to talk about that. North Africa. Okay, so American Indians, look at the Moors in your family and say, I saw a video where they were saying you from North Africa. Is that true? Well, yes and no. That's going to be the first response, probably. You probably hear from yes and no. The lie part is yes. No, the lie part is no. Okay, when you ask them if they were from Africa, the lie part is going to be no. And then they're going to get fancy to try to explain how there was a Morocco in Indiana, but on top of that, there was Pangea. And before mankind stood up on from all fours, there was a place called Pangea, and that's when you really gotta tell Grandpa, "I've had enough, Grandpa. If you have to go back to that far back, you're not living in reality. You're not living in present reality. You're living in a pastime Pangea paradise, a PPP. You're living in a PPP to make a grab. And if you do, again, you are looking mighty thirsty. So then why do we have other countries if you should have just called it all Africa? The reason why we have different continental names is because they're not Africa. Yeah, if anybody needs a little hint on how it works, but you will have a Moor go back to the time of Pangea just so he could claim America. But you in your when you came about, you didn't know nothing about Pangea, right? You said no, we didn't know about America. But you lied. That means you lied more because you should have told them, well, there was an America. It's just that Pangea took them away, and got, our their ancestors said, they can't be part of our lives and technology, and they split the continent. And ever since then, we started calling them the New World. See, Amor won't even say that. Now they're going to come to us with all this cockamamie stories about Pangea, but that's not how you taught history back in the days of the Greeks, right? You didn't teach them that, yes, there was America, but it split off. You acted like we didn't exist more. So you've been, let's say it real quick, lying? If we say it real quick, will you accept the truth? Liar. Is that, how fast was that? Morse, do you see how janky you are? Do you see why American Indians can't rock with you? We're too busy trying to figure out the truth. You come along and it's all the smoke and mirrors again. You're lying. You got the story all twisted. You look at the screen, Morris. Look at the screen. And what they're gonna say, well, the dirty Moors are from Africa. All the American ones are clean. Well, this paragraph, this reading is not talking about clean and dirty Moors. It's talking about all Moors originating in Africa. Now, what did you get twisted? And then they'll pull out something that no one ever heard before. But look at this, look at this. Okay, so where did that come from? Why was you hiding it if you needed to prove what you're saying? Why did you hold on to it? Because at the time I was lying. And now that I'm telling a little part of the truth, here's the proof. Still showing you up as a liar in general. Do you understand that more? There is no such thing as a bad Moor and a good Moor. There's just Moors from Africa. That's it. And depending on how brainwashed you are, that will tell you whether they're good, quote unquote, or bad, quote unquote. You'll realize from where did you originate? When we typed in where did the Black Moors originate, Blackamoors, AI gets it right. So, but now if we ask where the Moors came from, it's going to be all kind of crazy stuff. Oh, well, partly over there, a little bit over here, a little bit over there. There's really no one place where Moors come from. So that means it's an ideology, not a landmass. It's an ideology spread to all continents. And then they start saying that means you were more too. It's just a religious ideology. It has nothing to do with land. But if you do make it about land, you're going to find that the whole idea of a Moor originated in Africa and Europe. We didn't have anything called Moor here in America. If you're going to say Mary, Todd Mary means Moor, well, what you're talking about is the dynasty system that we kicked out of the America. So yeah, you might want to but see, the point we're making is you are the one lying about where you're from, not Americans. We're just believing your lie, but you don't want to talk about where you really came from because that would mess with the whole uh, worldview that you're putting out. The out of Africa theory would fall to pieces if you tell the truth, and you can't tell the truth because it would show up that you've been a liar. I mean, it's going to show up anyway, but it would be quicker if you just told the truth. It's not about being a good or a bad Moor. It's about where did the Moor originate? North Africa. Okay, so we didn't want to spend too much time with that because that's what we really want to get. That's really all we need, y'all. And this is very priceless as well, because then that connects to the Church of Rome. When I tell you the original popes were black, now you understand what I mean. The term Moor originated with the Romans. Okay? Okay. So we would defer to Benjamin Franklin too, who said that all of Europe was swarthy. So is Rome in Europe? Yes. The only non-swarthy Europeans were the Anglo-Saxons, according to Lee Cummings. So that's why Britain ends up being like the height of nobility in all of Europe, because they have the skin tone that the Moors need to promote the lie that it's only white, quote unquote, people that's dominating you, American Indians, not us. We too poor, see? Yeah. It's interesting how you have been poor throughout all of this. It's just so interesting that you're not extinct with this everlasting poverty. How do you survive, though? What are you eating to survive when you're so chronically poor throughout all the ages? It's just it's poor Africa, and then the Moors make it worse because they only want to claim North Africa. So that really makes me think of something ain't right in the buttermilk and the rest of Africa. And then you got the thirsty sultan saying that he needed to collect, and Africa just wasn't providing what he was trying to collect. So that's why he recognized the United States beast as a real nation. That Morocco did that. But the term Moor originated with the Romans, who used it to describe inhabitants of the Roman province of Mauritania. Oh, okay, so they were still all same race. Okay. Time of the Roman Empire, these indigenous, indigenous to where? Africa, not America. America, they're telling us they didn't know anything about America. Now, my argument is the Moors knew about America. It's just that the Caucasian Europeans didn't. No one else did besides the Black Moors. The Black Moors are the liar between American Indians and all the other people of the world. What stands between us is a lying Moor, because he's telling both of us that America didn't exist and he knows better. He's the priesthood that got expelled from the Americans. Following the 7th century Arab conquest of North Africa, the term Moor broadened to encompass Arab and Berber Muslims living in Al-Andalus, Muslim Spain, and North Africa. Black African roots. Black African people from areas further south, okay, this was good, formed the core of the Moorish armies. This is where we read it. And dynasties. Wait a minute. Black African people from areas further south formed the core of the Moorish armies and dynasties? The core? Right there, they telling you, American Indians, I hope you're listening, which were central to the power of the Moorish Empire. Now, we have to remember, this had nothing to do with America, y'all. But Black African, not American, people from areas further south formed the core of the Moorish armies and dynasties. Who, boy, which were central to the power of the. So it wasn't American Indians at that time that was making the Moors the powerful empire that they were. It was the Africans. You see, American Indians? When are you going to stop listening to your Moorish family lying to you? Okay, so some of you American Indians gonna say, but you have some Caribbean in you and you're foreign, so we don't have to listen to you because you got some Caribbean in you. Now I tell you, my mother was actually born in North America, but her parents were born in Barbados. Barbados inhabitants originated from South America, where the Moors were targeting. The Moors were targeting my people's uh, original motherland of South America. Now, my father's people, as I tell you, we were the Algonquins. So Algonquins were patrilineal. So as far as my Indians are concerned, I am very legitimately claim my West Indian because I know the value of being. That's what helped me to know that I was American Indian because I was always my mother's side of the family. Again, her parents were born in Barbados, but my mother was born in Brooklyn, Algonquin land. Yeah. hmm So I'm very good with this heritage because it locks me down as an American Indian on all fronts. I remember I had a woman who is of North American. Well, what everybody heard from Ambassador Radine. Now she was had a lot going on when she was more visible. But the thing with Ambassador Radine, and like all of us, most of us Indians, she was going to Congress and making statements and stuff. Congress is not our authority. Any Indian who thinks Congress is our authority, you're being misled by the Moors. But anyway, Ambassador Radine was one of the first Indians that when she spoke to me, she knew I was full blood. She's, I mean, I was new to it. I'll admit, at the time, I really like so many Algonquins. We're being told that we're African, while the civilized tribes are claiming Mali. Now, me as an Algonquin, I would never claim Mali. Civilized tribes claim Mali. Algonquins would never. Algonquin Indians would never claim any African heritage. We were just American. But Ambassador Radine, I think she was more, I don't know if she was an East uh, Coast or no, I'm sorry, Eastern Woodland Indian. I don't believe she was an Eastern Woodland Indian, but I have to, excuse me, look her up again because it is interesting. I just haven't heard anything from her recently. I hope she's had the revelation that we don't go to Congress. Congress is not our authority unless you're civilized. And if you're civilized, that means you are compromised. You're taking on new doctrines about who you are. It's you're taking on what they call European, Negropean ways, which is to tell their story and get our story all mixed up and twisted up. So Black African people from areas further south form the core of the Moorish armies and dynasties. American Indians, can we drop the mic? Do you now understand why you're not Moorish? You just had some foreigner, because he looked like you, grinning and skinning in your face, getting all in your gene pool, skinny dipping in the gene pool, so he could say that you're him. When he should be saying, I have now become part of you and I submit to you. This is your landmass. I come from Africa, but I want to give that up to become. Even the Europeans know that. They give up being European to become American. But these Moors, they want to be all powerful, all knowing, omnipresent on every land. And you Negroes are really getting on my last. Okay? I'm so over your thirstiness. Among all people, you're the one showing up as really the grand master theft of American Indians' whole entire identity. In a way, again, like I will always say, Europeans cannot do it like that. But a Moor will eat you from the inside out, baby. When are you American Indians going to stop claiming to be Moors? Do you see where you're from and where you originate? This is a lie that Moors told, if it's a lie. This is a lie that Moors told in their effort to deny you your first civilization place on earth. The Moors jumping in and saying, no, no, it began in Africa. That's why he's not your friend. He just wants you to be him so he can once and for all make you a second born because he acts like a second born. And there's something that a Moor knows about themselves, which is why they are second born. They know something. That's what makes them gravitate toward Americans so much. We're the ones that let them feel what it's like to be firstborn. So they gravitate toward us. But the problem is they want to erase us and freaking off the damn planet. That's the problem, though. In their effort to tell a lie about who they are. They started the lie that we all came out of Africa, and that's why they have to get rid of Americans. Because we've arrived to say, I'm sorry, world, the African Moors we're reading about on the page here, they lied to you. We know them from way back. See, y'all knew the new version of them. We knew them before they became monotheistic. Americans knew these folks. They were the ones that were trying to rewrite even our American legacy. These priests thought that they could act like God and furthermore be God. They're finding out that they're not. Okay, that means we're making this a long ass video. When did Islam begin? So you think Negropeans are a new thing. Just wait till you figure out when their new religion. They call us a new world, but you got a new religion. Um, how are you an old people with a brand new religion? That's right there telling you something about the Moors, y'all. We everything when your ancestor eyes are open, you'll see they're an ancient people, and they will tell you that they are the custodians of history, yet they cling to a religion that began in the seventh century. So what were you before the seventh century, Moors? They can't tell us, y'all. Oh, and what we learned from here is that first it was Mohammedanism. They had to change that quickly, I think. I think they couldn't name the religion after Muhammad because that would make it too obvious. So what we're seeing is a group of priests that had to change their religion from Mohammedanism to Islam so that they can grab American Indians. See, because Muhammad, that's tying you really to, the uh, Arab land. Okay. So Islam began in the seventh century. Now, even Rome is older than that. So that's how you know that Moors began as Christians, right? Because if Islam began in the seventh century, that means the Moors started out as what do they call them? Coptic Egyptian uh, priesthood. They were Christian first because Islam didn't exist when now we found out that they were Roman, right? So when the Moor was back here rocking with Rome, the Moor originated with Romans, right? So that means Romans saw these folks, and these folks were around when Rome existed. But these Moors were Roman, Christian, right? So let's see if we can get an idea of when Rome came on the scene, because we see where Islam came on the scene. I'm consulting my cell phone, y'all. Uh, okay. When was Rome founded? We just ask in general. Oh boy, y'all. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So Rome predates Islam. That means Christianity. Well, we know this, but we just want to say it again. The first Moors were Christian, y'all, because according to tradition, I just threw it out there to I Googled this, and this is not even AI. This is Carlos Emery ed, dot edu. Wait, who's Carlos Emery? It's a school, okay? EDU. Carlos Emery EDU. Okay. So, according to tradition, Rome was founded by Romulus and Remus, those were Moors, in 753 BC. So I didn't think Rome was a BC type of situation, but that is late in the BC, not early. This is very late BC. So it's still fairly new, right? They were twin brothers. Oh boy, this is giving me Jacob and Esau vibrations, y'all. Oh boy. Watch out for the twins. Why? Because one twin came out before the other. And that's you know. So then you're gonna have the one that came out second trying to genocide the one that came out first or take his place. So there's the drama of twins in any spiritual story is when they're trying to get your birthright, and the closest they can get to it is saying that you were born twins. Because then they could at least say, well, we were born on the same day. Yeah, but unfortunately, one came out first, and that is the firstborn. So you'll find in their religion, they really need the twin narrative. According to tradition, Rome was founded by Romulus and Remus in 753 BC. Okay, so since we're mentioning BC, we're going to jump to our timeline. So 753 BC. Oh yeah, Carthage. So this is Rome right here. Okay, so the Moors were first Christian, but they were Christians that spoke about Jew. Okay, so again, let's say Rome is the mouthpiece for what they're calling uh Hebrews. But it's like the Hebrews themselves are not speaking. You know what I'm saying? You got Rome saying that they're persecuting Hebrews, but we're hearing more about Roman Catholicism than any Roman uh, Judaism. You see, so technically Christianity is emerging with a voice that is going out into the world. And then later on, the priest invent Mohammedanism. It's so interesting because Mohammedanism traces back to who they're calling Ishmael. Ishmael is the firstborn son in the biblical story of Abraham. So Abraham's firstborn is Ishmael. Ishmael is where Islam or Mohammedanism is coming from. But it's almost like I guess, again, we have a biblical story speaking of something that doesn't present itself in history until seventh century when Islam begins or Mohammedanism, I believe. So um, we have spoke about Hatshepsut, Hatshepsut going down into the southern part of Africa on an expedition to Punt. So then the 18th dynasty, they start to create a story about Somalia, and they date Somalia back to 2500 BCE. I'm sorry, yeah, BCE. So, but when you do the math, they saying, well, we don't know where Punt was. We think it was somewhere in Somalia. So when you get this we don't know, we're not sure type of narrative, you got to go with the real life history. And the real life history is Somalia, not Punt. If you don't know where Punt was and you think it was in Somalia, if you don't know where, how do you know this date? And you don't even know where Punt was, though. I just something you just gotta say next, okay, that's red flag that, red flag that, red flag that, red flag that. But we really, it was important for us to see that the Moors were originally Christian. The Catholic Church is going to create Jesus's family. First, Jesus is called Serapis by the Greeks. And then by the time Greeks turn into Romans, these are all Moors, now they're calling Serapis. What was Serapis based on, y'all? Some Timerian trivia. Serapis was based on Osar. Remember we said Osar was the father of Heru? So Serapis is based on Osar and the Apis bull. I think back then the Apis bull represented Ra. So Serapis is first coming on the scene. That's the first Christ in Greece. That's the first Christ, and they called him Serapis. What was he based on? Timerian deities, Osar and the Apis bull, Oserapis. Remember Ray Hagen? He was one of the first brothers that taught that. Ray Hagen. He was very important in my development and giving me a mind to start to see the origins. Ray Hagen was a Christian pastor who, when he discovered where Christianity came from, he was one of the biggest proponents of Egypt. He knew that Christianity found its bedrock in Egypt. But what we learned is that the original Egypt was in South America and North America. Yes, that's another thing. I think American Indians feel, oh, well, if you just talk about South America, we ain't going to include ourselves in that. No, Egypt was it was America too. It was North America too. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Mississippi is said to be a reference to ISIS, Miss ISIS, Mrs. So I remember someone breaking that down, saying that was a reference to the goddess known as Aset, but they started calling her Isis, but her original name was Aset. So the Mississippi was basically Miss Isis. I don't know what the ippy part. Uh, yeah, I have to get more into that. But anyway, we kind of going off a little bit on a tangent. But what were we saying? Ray Hagen was one of the first Christian pastors to basically give up on the version of Christianity that we know because he knew that they were hiding deities in there. Heru. He would have known that Jesus was originally Heru because they're both from a trinity. But the ancient Timerian trinity had Heru, whereas the new Christian trinity had Jesus, which but created from Serapis. It sounds convoluted, but the truth is, all you got to say to yourself is the first two emanations of Jesus were both ancient Timerian, Heru as well as Serapis, because Serapis is the Osar and the Apis bull. So Serapis was created directly from two Egyptian deities. Now, when the Romans take over, they're going to erase Serapis' name because they don't want that tracing back to Egypt. And then furthermore, they don't want to recognize the Egypt in South America. So they have to change Serapis' name to Jesus. And it was Walter Williams that gave me the thing that made most sense about Jesus' name. Jesus is another way of saying people think it's a way to say Jesus. And the thing that would give the impression that Jesus had a Spanish origin, but there was no Spain in the time of Rome. Okay. So it wouldn't make sense for Jesus' name to be said to be based on a Spanish word. Walter Williams blew my everlasting mind when he filled in that uh, misconception with truth. He said the word Jesus is derived from two Roman deities, Jupiter and Zeus. Zeus. That I couldn't. Once he said that, it's like a lock was opened in my mind. That made the most sense I ever heard about the origin of the name Jesus. It is Jupiter and Zeus. Why? Because those are the two Roman deities that he would have to be based on. So what they're doing is every time the European culture reinvents a deity, they making a deity on top of a deity on top of a deity on top of a deity. The ground base deity was based on the Trinity of Heru. That was Heru. He was the first Trinity. But so he's the first Christ. Heru's the first Christ. When they rework him, they come up with Serapis. Now, Serapis is a Christ. He's known as a Christ. And Serapis is the first one to have that the face of what we call Jesus. If you look up Serapis, you'll see that he looks like Jesus. He's Caucasian. He has a beard, and his hair was a lot more curlier though. But he's definitely a Caucasian phenotype, Serapis. Try to look him up. I'm not going to do it here because we're going on. This is a forever type of video. But Serapis, and you'll see that was the first. That was when Jesus got a face. Now you got to remember, Serapis is crafted from Osar and the Apis bull. Okay, so he's literally being given a face that doesn't exist. When they make Serapis's face, I believe his face is modeled after Alexander, the Greek conqueror that they call Alexander the Great, because that was one of the wishes of Alexander, was to be made into an Egyptian deity so that he can rule, so that Egypt would worship him, you know. So he wanted the priesthood to turn him into an Egyptian deity, and they came up with Serapis. What they did was they took Egyptian deities, again, Osar and the Apis bull, and they made Alexander into a deity. But they did it after he died. They said they got his general, the general of his army, Ptolemy Soter the first, I believe. It was Ptolemy that saw to it that Alexander's wish became a reality, and he became made into Serapis. That's what I believe. Well, that was the name of the deities, but I believe the face was also Alexander's face. They said it was Ptolemy Soter's face, but I think Ptolemy Soter was a general that was very dedicated to Alexander. I think he wanted to carry out Alexander's wishes. I just think he was just that dedicated to Alexander. It is he that saw to it that Alexander became made into a deity. Uh, You'll read this in you'll read this in the historical origins of Christianity. It's one of my fundamental foundational books that I go to when I want to understand where see, it's all about where things originated. And the name of this book is The Historical Origins of Christianity. And in it, Walter Williams, the only thing Walter gets wrong is he's talking about the Egypt and Africa. Okay. So I do think a lot of our historians know the truth, but they don't really write about it. That they can't really tell you the whole truth. They can talk around it. I believe that's what Horace Butler did. And he's trying to say, he is saying that the original Egypt was in America, but as I always say, he wants to give credit to Africans, saying that Africans came all the way to the Americas to build their first civilization. But we have to know that he's saying that because that's what he's only allowed to say. The truth is, no one would ever go to another country to build their civilization in that foreign country because then it would take away the whole point of them being a first civilizers of their own country. So uh, Africans would not come here to build an Egypt the way Horace is telling us. Horace Butler's trying to tell us that it was American Indians who created the first thing that is known as Egypt, although it was called Tamari, in the Americas. Africans would not have done this because they would have had to dealt with the inhabitants, the ancestors of American Indians. They would have had to dealt with them, and they wouldn't allow them to just come over and build things. You do that on your own landmass because that's what you have. That's yours, your birthright. You don't go to somebody else's land and build your civilization. You mean American Indians built our own civilization. That's what the hard truth that Moors can't handle unless they're included as Moors. But they're the ones who don't seem to know where they're from. So we can't let them dictate who we are. Okay? So we're just saying that, it's there's a paper trail that tells you where Jesus came from if you're only willing to open your eyes and see it. First it was Heru. He's the first Christ because of that Trinity. They reworked the Trinity to make Serapis. They go to Osar, but they don't talk about his wife or Heru. They go to the Apis bull. So Serapis is made of Osar and the Apis bull. I told you the priesthood like to mix and match the identities of the deities. So they go from the original Trinity, Osar, Oset, and Heru. They then make Serapis of Osar and Ra. That's the Apis bull. At one point, Ra was like a bull. So when they get to finally make Jesus, they scrap Osar altogether. They take away Osar. Heru is hidden in in the Christ because he is the original Immaculate Conception, Heru. But we talked about we don't want to really deal with Immaculate Conceptions in any spiritual system from now on, right? As American Indians, we don't want a death cult, and we don't want fictitious, mysterious births that we can't really trace the bloodline to, right? Okay. So by the time they get finished reinventing Heru in namely three or two editions, the first original was Heru, the next one is Serapis, the last one is Jesus. They're all Christ figures. There should be a Babylonian one in there somewhere, but really we don't want to go with that because we just want the original. The original was Heru. The next most popular one was Serapis. The next world-renowned one is Jesus, but his beginnings are found in the again. So starts out with Heru as the Christ figure, the heir. When he's transformed into Serapis, I'm sorry, his name is gone completely. Uh, it's now about his father, Osar. And so Serapis, again, we keep saying it, is made of Osar and the Apis bull. So now you took the Christ away, but he's still a Christ. Serapis is known as a Christ. But Heru was taken out, the father was put in, and the Apis bull, which would be the grandfather, because Ra is the father of Osar. So now you have just the two male energies, the Ra and Osar. Now Osar is removed. All traces of quote unquote Egypt are removed from the newest edition of Jesus. Now he's Jupiter and Zeus, going to be given a new father, which is not, finally, Osar is out of the picture completely. Isis is removed, but she's replaced with the Virgin Mary. She's getting a makeover into a Caucasian woman. First the son is taken out. The father is left, but then the father and the son is taken out. No, wait, the father is taken out. I'm sorry. First, the son is taken out. Heru is taken out. The father takes his place. Then, when Jesus comes, let's see, he's in the slot of Heru, so he's the heir. He's the Immaculate Conception. Now, Serapis, he wasn't an Immaculate Conception. He was just literally pieced together with the Osar and the Apis bull. So there is no immaculate birth or anything. But Heru is an immaculate birth, and Jesus is an immaculate birth. Serapis in the middle there, he was not an immaculate birth. He was literally just pieced together from Osar and the Apis bull. Jesus is given the immaculate, mysterious conception with no man needed. That's some of the difference between Heru and Jesus. Talk a little bit about Serapis. So where does that leave us? With a very long video. This time I think I'm going to post the long video. So we saw when Islam began, and we just wanted to leave it there. What was this? Oh, the difference between polytheism and monotheism. Uh, Fundamental difference is that monotheism is the belief in a single, all-powerful God, while polytheism is the belief in multiple gods or deities. Okay? American Indians were polytheistic. The Moors were monotheistic. That is the fundamental difference between American Indians and Moors. That is why the Moors are at enmity with American Indians. We rejected their monotheism at first, but then when they come back, they force it on us through Christopher Columbus. Monotheism, the definition, belief in the existence of one God. Polytheism, the definition. Now they add an element of worship because they're going to call you heathen. Now, these two are worshiping a God, right? But they don't say it. I noticed that's what I noticed about this. This was an AI response. But I found it interesting that in the definition of polytheism, they're saying it's the belief and worship. Belief in and worship of multiple gods or deities. So they want you to get the picture that they were just getting the heathenism on. But here they're more sedate. They just believe. They don't worship. They just believe in one God. Okay. What are the characteristics of monotheism? The single deity is often seen as all powerful, all knowing, and the ultimate ruler of the universe. The characteristics of a polytheism deity, each deity may have specific responsibilities or domains over aspects of nature and life. There is no ruler of the universe. So in polytheism, the goal is not world domination. In monotheism, you have a one world order just waiting to happen. One world religion, one world bank, one world money system. Are we describing the United Nations? Yes, we are. So examples of monotheism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. One, two, three. So in monotheism, we have three different deities. Judaism is dealing with Yahweh. Christianity, of course, we just talked about dealing with Jesus. Islam is dealing with Allah. So that's the monotheism still has three elements to it, which I always find just so consistent, shall we say, with what monotheism should be. So that then the idea is how do these three become, how do they get together? Well, we're going to talk about that real briefly right now. Judaism, again, it is sort of spoken about in Rome, but we're not really hearing much more but Rome, the Romans' point of view. The Greeks started out Christian, and their Christ was Serapis and the ate this bull. So the Greek Serapis was not Judeo-Christian. The Greek Christ, known as Serapis, was not Judeo-Christian. So there is again an instance where Judaism is not really being spoken of, except on more like a secondhand conversation. You know what I mean? So the Greeks are not talking about Jews. The Greeks are talking about the Egyptians when they should have been talking about Judaism. But some people say that the Greeks were the first Jew. After Serapis, but again, we're saying who is Serapis based on? Abraham? No. So how are these three related, though? We're gonna try to do it again. Judaism is Abraham. Christianity, a figure that is known to be a Jew, namely Jesus. But Jesus, his father is what we call a mysterious birth. So we not sure his father is Abrahamic, right? We're still not sure. We know Serapis' father is not Abraham. But now Christianity is presenting us with an issue because who's Christ's father? If he's a spirit, he's not a man. He has no blood. There's no bloodline there. So Christianity is loosely Abrahamic, loosely, right? Islam, Islam is finding more of a blood or what is said to be a blood connection to Judaism. Islam is giving you a connection to Abraham. Islam is bringing you Ishmael. Ishmael is the son of Abraham, the firstborn of Abraham. So it's almost like Judaism got all convoluted here and then picks up again here with an actual heir named Ishmael. But who's the heir in Christianity when Jesus don't have a father that is flesh and blood? Islam, Ishmael is connected here, even though they turn it, somehow it turns Muhammad. But when I told you I spoke to a taxi driver who was not black, but who was Arab and Islam, and he was Islamic. He's the one that told me that our claim is through Ishmael, and it floored me because I completely forgot about Ishmael. So somewhere in Islam, there is a direct blood in their story, a direct blood relation to Abraham. Christianity is not giving us a blood connection. It's very questionable. This is why those who practice what they are seeing as, the very orthodox kind of Judaism, they don't see the Christ as their quote unquote Messiah. Islam also doesn't see Christ as a Messiah. They see him more like a prophet. The cab driver told me too is that they don't really see him as a major prophet because after Muhammad, they don't recognize any other prophet. So they don't see that their last legitimate prophet they saying was Muhammad. This is what an Arabic uh, believer in Islam is telling me, something quite different from what the Nation of Islam is telling us. He basically said they don't share the same version of Islam that the Nation of Islam speaks of. Um, Again, Muhammad was their last prophet, not Jesus. But they'll call him a prophet, but they won't accept him as one of their direct prophets. Again, Muhammad was their last prophet. Okay, so we just want to sort of see the connection or lack of connection between the three, right? So some examples of polytheism is ancient Greek, where we found the first savior character or the first Christ, Serapis, but they were polytheistic, right? Roman. Well, Rome did have that Jupiter and Zeus thing. So they were, before they went monotheistic, they did have a form of paganism or polytheism. Hinduism is also polytheism, which I found interesting. multiple deities, multiple deities here, because you had Jupiter and Zeus, among others. Uh, and then ancient Greek was polytheistic. They had their pantheon. Some people argue that their pantheon was just reworked ancient Timerian deities, you know, just like in Rome, reworked Timerian American deities. Okay. Uh, I didn't read this before. The key distinction, number of deities. The core difference lies in the quantity of the divine beings being worshipped. Influence and on practice. These differing beliefs shape the entire worldview, including daily practices, societal structures, and answers to life fundamental questions. Okay, so on that note, I think, yeah, I don't want to get into another. Were American Indians monotheistic? Well, we know they weren't. So let's save that for another time if we're going to do that one. Were Moors monotheistic? Yes, the Moors were monotheistic. No, American Indians were not monotheistic. Okay, so I think we're going to leave it at that because this is a long video. I have to cut it down because I know I've been going for like 4 or 5 hours. I do apologize for the lengthiness. But I think this video was basically to go a little, just start a conversation about the African Union. I think is the core message here. And I hope that message was received. Until next time, I thank you so much for tuning in. I know this is a long one, takes up a lot of your time. Your time is very appreciated. And I hope you're in a place where you can listen freely and, take a break to just listen. Because I think the Indians who are more ready for a message like this, you'll hear it. You'll hear what you need to hear. Once again, what is our goal? And let's not, we don't want to throw it out there too far out, but we really need a petition going. We really need to start a petition of Indians who are claiming Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, because it will be us that can start to reshape or how we view the Constitution. We are one of the sovereigns and loosely involved in the Constitution. The truth is, we were forced into a Constitution because of the doctrine of discovery. But we want to do it in a more equitable way where we can show colonizer the errors that they're making in how they see us. You keep seeing us as domestic dependent. What do you mean we're dependent on our own resources and you're holding them up in some kind of what? Trust that we have to go to you to ask for permission? That's ridiculous. We must have our land back. If you want to be here, you just have to compensate us, okay? You know, if that's how you do business, that's how business is done. You don't steal from me and call it commerce. You don't steal from me and then classify me so you don't have to deal with me. You don't have a document that is in conflict with its own message. What is the message? Again, we said the first part of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, is saying that we're independent sovereigns. We move down to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, and they're saying we're all of a sudden supposed to be dominated. So the document, the Constitution is in conflict. American Indians have to start to fix that. Our very legacy depends upon it. They won't like it, y'all. But what are we going to do? Just sit here and let them lie about who we are and use a commerce clause to keep us from having any access to our natural resources while they profit hand over fist? Do American Indians understand the assignment now? Let's think about a petition, okay? Let's think about it because it will become part of our individual paperwork. Say now you have a declaration, but now you got to show that you have other peer American sovereign Indians that back you. You know, the corporation is going to intimidate you with its size and the fact that everyone in the corporation is on one script and they're looking at you like, well, we all got the memo and you didn't. Of course, I didn't get that memo because I don't understand what happened to my standing as an Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 Indian. And you guys are telling me that that thing doesn't exist. It gets sort of, it just disappears into a commerce clause where we take further, even more dominance over you, not just in commerce. So there's something terribly wrong, American Indians. And it's high time we Indians who even talk about this system, it's high time we talk about this issue, how we don't have any peers. And without peers, this system thinks it gets to dominate us because we don't have a voucher. So other Indians to vouch for our standing. We don't need a vouch, but because the corporation is so damn intimidating and terrorizing, we need a petition to show them I'm not alone. I'm not alone. This many thousands of American Indians, we are petitioning to have our land returned to us. We realize waiting for you to decide what we are due in reparations is really ridiculous because all we got to do is figure out what was taken from us in the doctrine of discovery. And that gave foreigners, foreign nobility, the right to seize our lands, seize, leaving us with none and calling us the occupiers. This was our land. It still is. If somebody or something wants our resources so bad and they're so critical to their existence on Earth, you have to find a way to compensate us. Why should we allow you to steal from us? Would you allow us to steal from you? No, you wouldn't. You would claim divine right of God and all of that, and you would say, no, this is mine. So why do you think you get to steal from me? Because of this same deity that you worship? Well, clearly he doesn't have my best interest. Clearly I don't have a peer in the court of this deity's families of deity. So that's not the deity for me. I do better off rediscovering my ancestors' deities. On that note, this has been a lengthy one, but I thank you so much. May the ancestors shine upon you and guide you back to your birthright. Till next time, be and stay American.